Yeah. In the words of Ariana Grande. Yeah. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. I have some exciting news. Sort of. Hello. Yes, yes. Sonic R soundtrack. There are now 2 tables here. This one, it's not permanent. This is the one that my TV used to be on, because on Monday I built this TV stand. You can't see it at all. Hang on, maybe I should take a photo and and show it. Let's see. The Ethernet cable on the floor, of course. Yeah. How exciting. We helped you build it. Yes, indeed. Hang on, let me bring up this photo, because I think this could be interesting. Uh-oh. But that's not all. It's not all that has happened. Uh-oh. Oh, apparently someone tried to deliver something to me 5 hours ago, but my phone was on Do Not Disturb, so I didn't get their phone call. Anyway. This is the first time I've checked my phone all day. So, anyway. How's everyone been for the last couple of days? Yo!
Hey, Matt.
Alucard7, hey, welcome to the stream. Well, I assume you've been here for a while. Thanks for the Prime sub, and thanks for the 2 months. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. Here we go. Now I can show you my my new setup. I think, hopefully, if this all works. Yeah, look at that. Okay, hang on. Cool. So this is it.
If everything goes fine, this could be the last renew before I get gigabit fiber.
Ooh, gigabit fiber is fun. Even I don't have fiber right now. I do have, my download is supposed to be roughly a gigabyte, but I think depending on conditions, it's probably, it probably rarely reaches that's the maximum they'll allot me. All right, here is, you can't see it very well because of the lighting, but this is what it actually looks like. The TV stand, I've got my faithful 2010 Sony Bravia in the middle. I, of course, can't forget the Wii sensor bar on the top. Yo, Casadonna, thanks so much for gifting a tier 1 sub. Hell yeah, appreciate that. Gigabit, not byte. Did I say gigabyte? I didn't mean it if that is what I said. So yeah, I got the AV receiver, got the 4 of the 5.1, actually no, it would be 3.1 of the 5.1 speakers I have. And it all fits. I mean, I was amazed that this subwoofer actually fit in the side there. Yo! Thanks for 100
gigabit fiber for over 10 years now, tier 100.
Must be nice. I did have fiber briefly in 2021 for about a year, but it was only 100. It was 100 up, 100 down, which was great. I've never had faster upload than that, but I've never had gigabit fiber. I've only had fiber that one time, and for the rest of the time, it's just some bullshit, dumb legacy copper garbage. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And you can see all the game consoles on the side that some of them are organized better than others. I actually say the ones on the right are organized rather well. You can kind of see behind the chat. Hang on, you can kind of see I've got like this Sega Saturn and NES, another Saturn and N64. These are 2 broken Philips CDIs that I haven't gotten around to fixing, but I will at some point. The ones on the left are a little messier because I've still got too many PS3s from that one video. Plus I picked up another 2 PS3s a couple weeks ago. I haven't gotten around to fixing those either. I have reduced my PS2 collection a lot. I used to have, and this is true, 9 PS2s, which was just too many. It was too many PS2s, okay? The reason why, half of them were acquired in Australia and half of them were acquired in the US, because when I got to the US, I brought all my PS2s. But then I realized that US TVs do not support PAL for the most part. In fact, I've never come across, even the relatively modern Sony Bravia does not really support PAL. Even though in Australia, all the TVs did support NTSC, or not all of them, like older ones didn't, but like all the TVs I had, the modern TVs supported NTSC. But these ones, like, what they'll do is they'll understand PAL color, so the color will appear, and they'll understand 50 hertz, so that'll work. But they won't understand the extra lines of PAL, so it'll always be chopped off on the bottom. And with a mod chip, you can fix that. With some like OPL hackery, you might be able to fix that on certain games. But I was just like, it would just be easier to get another one. And then I accidentally got too many of them. It's kind of like, it was one of those things where it's like, all right, well now I'm looking for PS2. So it's like, oh, this one's a good deal, I'll bid on this one. And oh, this one's a good deal, I'll bid on this one too, just in case the other one doesn't work out. And then I win both of them, I'm like, ah, shit. And then I found another good deal because there was a PS2 that was erroneously labeled as a PS3, which I think means that like PS3 fans didn't want it because they were looking for a PS3. They were searching for a PS3, and PS2 people couldn't find it because it wasn't listed as a PS2. So it was like $10 or some shit. I was like, well, I have to pick up that. And then that's what happens when I get carried away with one of those. So that's how I ended up getting 9 PS2s. But I've sold off. I'm down to, so some of them, the PAL ones aren't selling here. No one's interested in any PAL PS2s in America, and I guess that makes sense. It's like, why would anyone voluntarily opt for 50 hertz gaming? I thought maybe, there would be some Americans who really want to play European imports, like the Hoobs on PS1, right? Who wouldn't want to play this game? You know? But I guess maybe this is a more of a hidden gem than I realized. So therefore, hang on, can we actually get a cutscene? Here we go, much better. So my plan is I put all the PAL PS2s into a box, and next time I visit my friends and family in Australia, I'll bring those over and I'll sell them there. Because I don't need any PAL PS2s either. Once I've got the NTSC ones, I mean, I don't really need them anymore. So, so I have been reducing my PS2 collection, but I still have too many PS3s. And that's why the shelves on the left are a little bit messier. That's a long way of saying that, basically. The next time you visit your PAL pals, true. Hell, maybe I have extended family in the UK, maybe I can visit my PAL pals over there. 50? That hurts. True. Down under. That's what I'm saying. I think that's about it, though. Because outside of the PS2 fiasco, even when I lived in Australia, when I started like more seriously collecting video game consoles, I would always just buy NTSC anyway, because like the last thing I wanted was to play NES games that were 16% slower than usual. So my NES was NTSC, my N64 was NTSC, and oftentimes I would pick those up just because I was visiting the US a lot. When I had an American girlfriend, I was visiting a lot, so I'd buy things, she would let me ship them to her, and I'd come and pick them up and be like, yeah, it's a Sega CD. So yeah, that's what I would usually do. So I think outside of my PS2s, all my consoles are NTSC, or they're US or Japanese consoles. Sega CDs nuts. Oof. That's what I'm saying. You want a PAL GameCube? That's okay, you can keep it. I use your girlfriend as a PO box. It's one of the great advantages of knowing people in another country, is that if they have the space, they might let you ship things to them, and then you can go and pick them up. flexing his past girlfriends again. Hey, what do you want me to? What do you want me to pretend? I'm a turbo virgin nerd. What, is that what you guys think of me? Is that what you think I am? Oh god. The only PAL unit I was ever after was a C64. That's actually a good point. The C64 is a rare circumstance where you might actually want the PAL version, because a lot of I think the Commodore consoles by and large tended to be more popular in Europe, so a lot of games were written for 50 Hz, and so it's the opposite problem. They run too quickly in NTSC. Commodore is a little before my time. I'm more like the Japanese consoles like Nintendo, Sony, and Sega, and those, because they were Japanese, primarily targeted 60 Hz, which was the standard in Japan and North America. Yeah. Hey, fuck you guys, okay? You know? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't really come back. I only speak PAL 60. PAL 60 was my favorite thing when I was a young collector in Australia. It was the only reason, because like my PS1 would be mod chipped. It would be an Australian PAL PS1, but it would be mod chipped. So it could, if you put in an NTSC game, it would run in PAL 60. And interestingly, even old TVs tended to understand PAL 60, even if they didn't understand NTSC. PAL 60 would work, and then at least you wouldn't have to fuck around with 16% slower games. Wish I could find NTSC consoles here. Well, I never found them in Australia. I had to go out of my way as an Australian collector to get them. I'd either go to Japan or I'd either go to America. The NES was the exception because I bought that in the UK. It was kind of unusual that it was even there, but I think that's probably why I got it so cheap, is because like a lot of people in the UK probably would have wanted a UK NES, but because it was NTSC, I was like, it was under $30, I think, so not bad. PAL 60 would just make my image blurrier on RCA cables. Wonder if it's different with SCART. Interesting. It might have done that for me, and I might have never noticed. That was like years ago when I was stuck on that PAL PS1. Finland sucks for game console collecting. It makes me so sad. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, Australia wasn't great either. Yeah, it just wasn't. I actually think if I sell these PAL PS2s, they don't sell here. It's hard to even give them away. But I think if I brought them to Australia, they'd sell for like over $100 because they're so, like, consoles are so much harder to find there in general.
I used to be able to buy stuff from UK, but then they go on and make me with the whole Brexit thing here 100.
Don't even get me started. You know, I am I'm sure a lot of people have heard this story before, I am a dual Australian and UK citizen because my dad's family is English. My dad was born in England. When I got that passport, I've been a citizen my whole life, but I got a passport in 2017. When I got that passport, it was an EU passport, and it says on it, European Union. And then a couple years later, it wasn't anymore. Great. So cool. I love it. Yeah, anyway. UK isn't great, to be fair. Retro game is huge here, so it's high supply, but also really high demand. Interesting. Yeah. I'm not your pal, guy. I'm not even your C-cam, alright? Matt KC, can doing your mom mail actually send mail to major mails, because major mails such as the Microsoft Mail block mails all the time? I've heard that they won't go through on Microsoft Mail, but they'll go through on like Gmail and stuff that's like, I've heard, I don't know this because I haven't used like Hotmail or Outlook Mail in like over 10 years, but I've heard that their spam filters are more stringent than most, so I don't know. I can't guarantee they'll get through on there, but they'll get through on any like civilized email service like Gmail. Don't worry, those EU versions of the passport are still valid if you got it before we left the EU. Really? Well, to be fair, because it was 2017, I'm already like 7 years into it, so it won't last much longer. Is that true? Can I actually use that in the EU still? What a waste of time if I haven't done that this whole time. Had the inverse problem, Gmail blocks it, Outlook goes fine. I don't know then. It should, like, I've done all the stuff. If I, like, use a validator, it should show that, like, the DKIM and the SPF and the DMARC, it should all be valid. Ireland is just fucked. We have stupid low supply and high demand, can't import as easily from the UK now. Damn. Yeah, sounds about right. Not valid in that way, they're still a legal passport, not an EU passport. Yeah, that's what I assumed, but is that not... Now I'm getting conflicting information. I didn't assume my passport expired, I just assumed it was no longer an EU passport. When I used a MailCow server, every email service would get our spam except Outlook. Fucking sucks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't used Outlook in a long time, but they're valid, but not EU passports. Yeah, that was my assumption. So yeah, it's still kind of sucks. It's still unfortunate. Completely locked, not even in junk mail. Yeah, there's like there's like tiers of like when something might be rejected, but like only mildly rejected, and then it ends up in junk, and then something might be severely rejected, and then they're just like, I'm not even gonna bother with this one, you know. Your passport is valid, mine still says EU on it. Yeah, I didn't think it was invalid anymore. I just thought that I just assumed that it was no longer give me the benefits of an EU passport. You got me thinking about modding my PS1 now, Matt. Modding a PS1 is actually pretty easy now. You can do it with like you can do it with a PIC chip, which is the traditional way of doing it. But you can also just do it with a Arduino, like a $1 or $2 Arduino, and that's probably it might be the easiest way because you don't even need a PIC programmer for that. You can just plug that in through USB. GB's not in EU anymore. I know that. Like, I'm aware. But hell yeah. Yes, these are the headphones. These are the headphones from the video. The ones that I socketed. Oh yeah, you can soft mod, technically. Like... It's a soft mod, isn't it, in the sense that you load up Tony Hawk, a Tony Hawk game, and then you load a corrupted save file in, and then you can, like, do shit from there? It's not like a, it's not necessarily an untethered jailbreak, but yeah, I mean, it works. X-Station, oh yeah, an X-Station, of course, the optical drive emulator. That's probably, I mean, that's expensive, but that's probably the best thing to do, because then you just play it whatever you want off a card. Yeah. I think the way to go nowadays is Arduino and some sort of optical drive emulator. I think if you use the optical drive emulator, you don't even need an Arduino. The optical drive emulator emulates enough of the drive that the PS1 will think it's legit. The Arduino, I think, is only if you want to run burned disks, then you need to inject the, I don't know what you'd call it, the lockout code that's on stock disks. But yeah. X-Station is not cheap and kind of feel. Oh yeah, that's another thing. It is kind of complicated. Like, it's not just soldering. You also have to like desolder some pins of some chips, which, you know, like as you say, it can be a little fiddly. So, not for the faint of heart. But if you're an experienced solderer, then why not? Yeah, but by far the most convenient for sure. Yeah, it's unfortunate a little bit the inconvenience of installing, because like the Dreamcast optical drive emulator and the GameCube one, we've done these on stream. Both of those are actually like they're basically plug and play. You pick the drive up off the plug, you drop the optical drive emulator in, and you're pretty much done. You might have to. I'm trying to think. Do you have to solder anything? I don't think you do actually. I think both of those are just drop in. And it's actually compatible, not like the PSIO bullshit. Yeah, I never actually heard. I've heard like rumblings about the PSIO, but I don't actually know. I don't actually know any specifics about that. Use a cheat card soft mod is more than convenient. Better, of course, would be an ODU and SD card, but not good with this older iron. Yeah, I getcha. Yeah, I mean, if the setup doesn't, if the process doesn't take too long, then sure. Can you sit still? I'm trying to scan your shirt. Whoa! I mean, there's not much to be gained from scanning my shirt. It's just it's the snake game. So if you're trying to scan it with a phone, then it won't work. Yeah. So, and speaking of mods, I should look. This is still a work in progress, but the store. I'm hoping to have. I don't know. It'd be nice. This is the sort of thing that would be nice to have before Christmas, but I think it's already too late. I am revamping my store with new mods and mod chips and stuff like that, rather than just merch. I never intended for it to be just merch. It just took a really, really long time to actually get around to doing this stuff. I'm now going to be carrying stuff that you can mod your consoles with. I'm having a run. These are probably not going to be the finalized prices, but I'm having a run of Open Xeniums, which is fun, and all this shit. So yeah, one of these days, pretty soon, you'll be able to pick up some of those from me, from your friendly neighborhood Matt KC. And I think my prices will be relatively competitive. Hey. How's the 360 browser soft mod coming? Haven't even started. It was just something we pondered on stream one time, but it's never something I've actually attempted. The PSI was supposed to get updates and didn't. It was claimed to be 100% compatible and it isn't. The dev is a dick too. Really? Interesting. I didn't know anything. I haven't heard any. Well, I've heard things like the PSIO has issues and like the X Station is the one you want. But I didn't know anything more than that. Seeing that store with every single thing out of stock. It's not out of stock. Not everything is out of stock anymore, as I'm like, because I'm like having to order a bunch of stuff and manufacture a bunch of stuff. As it's coming in, I'm updating the totals as necessary. But I'm just saying, it's a work in progress. Be soft modding. Yo! That's actually a good idea, to redirect soft modding to my store. I mean, actually, to be fair, very few of these are soft mods. These are mostly hard mods. The only one that's a soft mod is the pre-installed FMCB memory card. Even if you crack the 360i browser, you would still be blocked by the hypervisor. Well, yeah, eventually the goal would be to crack the hypervisor as well, right? Yo, thanks for the 100 bits. Get hard mod. Yeah, I might have to.
Cheer 100 ever thought about designing your own device or a mod?
I have. It's just that takes months to do, and usually people expect me to like do a project and a video within 1 month. That has been like, I'll be honest, I've been slacking off on that this year. But it's hard to. I've mentioned this before. It's hard to like balance out when. What kind of projects to take on when you have no idea how long they're actually each one is actually going to take. So it's stuff that I'd love to do, but yeah, like one day, one day. Chandler Bing, that one was taken too, wasn't it? I seem to remember we looked that one up. Soft modding, but directs to 20 wire. Mod PS2 mod chips and nothing else. True. Alright, let's get some new music going. I've run out of Sonic R music already. Alright, we're back on my bullshit synthwave radio. Ideally, it would be soft modding and hard modding, though I assume modding is I remember modding was already taken when we tried. I wonder if that one went to auction as well. So if you guys don't know the status of Bing Chill Ing and Rick Roll Ing, the two domains that I pre-registered, they both. It turns out I was not the only one to register them, which means they all went to auction. And then, you know, people with much more money than me could, or more specifically, people who hadn't already bought like 6 of these things, these .ing domains, could invest a little bit more money than I was willing to. I think Bing Chilling went for $255, and I could never quite figure out what Rick Roll Ing went for, but I assume it was over 100. The reason I can't is because I never bid on it, so like I don't have the. Like when you bid on something, it becomes like you can see like stats on it, but when you don't, I can't even search for it anymore. So
Stopped by to drop off my monthly
Hey.
Bezos bucks. Enjoying the streams.
thanks Bex953, thanks for the kind words and the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate that. So 6 months, holy shit! I didn't even know. I feel like that's longer than I've been streaming regularly. Hell yeah! Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like Island.matkc. Well, I guess I could do a subdomain like .matkc.com. Do you have 2024 plans? I have like a nebulous list of projects, but again, it kind of comes down to what I'm motivated to do at the time, and whether I think I can afford to spend the time to work on it. I would love to get. Like, when it comes to the whole Burnout 3 stuff, Burnout 3 was released in 2004, which means next year is going to be the 20-year anniversary. Would love to get what I'm working on done by then. That'd be cool. And I have content plans, like ideas for new videos coming up that aren't necessarily like me projects, but they're interesting videos, I think. There's a web server on Bing Chilling now. Is there? Yeah, I assume they're going to want to put those $255 to good use. But yeah, I'd also like to get the store going. Oh wow, it actually is. Hang on. Bing Chill Ing has something on it now. I mean, this is about what I would put on. I think that's like. When you go to Fard Ing, this is pretty much what I put on mine as well. But, damn, I mean, can you imagine if the guy actually spent $255 just to do this? And he puts nothing else on it? Yeah. Yes, exactly. I did not get Rickroll. I didn't get any of the ones I pre-registered because they both went to auction, and that meant that people could spend hundreds of dollars on it, and I didn't want to spend more than, like, I don't know. Well, I mean, I could conceive of spending like up to $69 nice on something like this, but on a good meme. But like once you get to the three figures, I feel like I don't know if I care too much. You get your money back from the registration? Not yet, actually. I should chase that up. Well, at least not that I know of. Maybe GoDaddy added it as like store credit or some shit. I haven't double checked that. All I got the email saying like, I finally got the email saying like, you didn't get this. Actually, what's funny about the email I got, I wonder if I can even show it. The email I got was actually an error. Like it said, error, we could not register Bing Chill Ing. It says this is the error message we got from the registry. And then the error message is, domain was not allocated to the customer based on the auction result. And then it says, like, because this is an error message, because it's treating like this like an error message, it says, we'll look into why this happened and try to fix it. Yo, they're gonna try and rig the auction for me. But if we're still unable to register the domain, we'll go ahead and give you a refund. Okay, so they said they're going to. But I like how they they rolled this you failed to win the auction up into a error code, like we're working on this. Rick Rolling has an invalid TLS cert, crying. Damn. Well, so I guess they haven't put anything good like this on it yet. I guess they're working on it. So they say they'll give me the money back. I I haven't yet gotten any money back, but we'll see. We'll see. You lost. We're working on things. Exactly. It's so funny. But anyway. But I registered first. Yeah, I'm sure they do. I mean, I didn't even know that this had gone to auction. I had to actually file a support ticket to even know, because my GoDaddy dashboard didn't say anything about it. It was just like, the domains just weren't there. And I got no email, I got nothing. And when I filed a support ticket, I finally got like a response saying like, it just said like, can you see this? And it linked me to the auction. And I was just like, oh, this is where it's been this whole time. Would have been nice if anyone, literally anyone had told me, but maybe that's just my bad. Maybe like everyone else is a seasoned vet at these pre-registered domains and they already knew where to go. So yeah. Anyway. It's about the service I'd expect from GoDaddy. Awful site. Yeah, I don't try to use GoDaddy where I can avoid it, but you know, they were a big deal in the .ing pre-registration for a while. Wondering what could be put on Rick Rolling? I have no idea. It's a good question. What could you possibly... I can't think of anything. The first mistake was using GoDaddy. I mean, I won't deny that. So yeah, let me think. Oh, there is another thing I have that I can show you guys. I picked this up just yesterday because I need this for my upcoming video. You know, I have, so I don't know if you can even see it because it's behind that big box. I've had CRT TVs for a little while, but I haven't had any CRT monitors. Does anyone else run into this where they, like, CRT TVs, if you try, you can find them relatively easily. Oh, one more thing, is that like, that actually, that would be an interesting, like, you could do a Steve Jobs tribute with that. I wonder if anyone's thinking of doing it. Anyway. Yeah, TVs are relatively, it is a big ampersand. TVs are relatively easy to find. Like, if you know, if you're just like diligent about checking the websites, the Facebook Marketplace and whatever, eventually you'll find something that's like relatively affordable. But I found that like monitors are kind of difficult. I don't know exactly why. Maybe it's just because like TVs are the kinds of things that people are holding on to more in their basement or in their garage.
How many C30 monitors I have? The answer is too many. Way too many : tier 100.
Damn, really? We got rid of all of ours, my family, when I was around 2012, before the whole retro gaming boom. We had CRT monitors from back in the day, and we had CRT TVs, and my dad was even like asked me, he was like, do you think we need any of this stuff anymore? And I was just like, nah, probably not. And he got rid of it all. And then only a couple years later, like 2016 or so, I started like speedrunning, or this was my only stab at attempting to speedrun Super Mario 64, and I was just like, man, I could use one of those CRTs right now that we threw out all those years ago. So yeah, maybe it's just because TVs are the sorts of things people hold on to longer. But yeah, I find that monitors are actually kind of hard to find. Old PC monitors are so expensive. I bought a CRT PC monitor for 20 euros. See, that nowadays that doesn't sound so bad, but yeah, I know what you mean. At least one CRT monitor. The iMac, there is an iMac there, but there is a new addition to the collection that I got just yesterday. This beige, you can barely see it. Hang on, I'll bring it over. I have to unplug it. Watch as I die on stream trying to bring this over. Look at my baby. So, here it is. It's not the cleanest thing in the world. Though I don't know, I don't know if this is like dirt or if this is like plastic yellowing. It has my face. I don't know what like a CRT expression is. But yeah, and it works really nicely. Yo, thanks for the 100 bits again.
Anyone got any monochrome green/amber monitors?
I
Tier
don't.
100
This is
B.
the only CRT I have right now, or CRT monitor. Drop it, no balls. I got a Dell. That's right, guys. Rolling in the deep. Anyway, it is not a Trinitron. I wanted that too, because in the late 90s and early 2000s, Dell did make some Trinitron. When Sony's patent expired, Dell did make some Trinitrons. This, I guess, must either maybe it's either cheap or it predates that. Let's see, when was this made? Oh, I have some good news. Apparently, it supports 120 volts and 240 volts. So, if I just pack this into a suitcase, I could bring it to Australia. Excellent. Oh, okay. January 1999 is when it claims to have been manufactured, which I think is after the Trinitron patent expired. But still, I mean, maybe it was a cheaper model. That monitor is Mr. International. Hey, it's Mr. Worldwide.
But does it support 15 kilohertz? Is the real question, Tier 100.
Which one is which? Because I know what you're talking about, that like there's different frequencies of RGB. I don't know. I don't know which one's VGA and which one's the other one. But as far as I know, it only supports VGA. It has no other port on it, or no other plug on it. Is there anything else interesting about this? Not really. It's pretty much a bog standard CRT, but that's what I wanted for my upcoming video. Transporting CRT is a really weird idea. I know. I was actually, if you couldn't tell, I was joking. I was joking that like, it's nice that they've put a switching power supply, or like a is that what it's called? One that can do 120 or 240. But it's like, I don't know when exactly that would come in handy. But yeah, when video, sometime this month. I'm working on it as not as we speak, not like right now, but like I've been working on it all week, which rhymes with as we speak. I've been working on it all week. I'm up to like, it's gonna be a long one though. I suspect it's gonna be over 30 minutes.
TVs are 15 kilohertz, but some really old CRTs, usually DDLR ones that are meant for home computers like C64 or Amiga, can do 15 kilohertz. Standard it does only 30 kilohertz and up Tier 100.
Yeah, I have heard about that. So like, it's not possible to just like wire up a Genesis SCART cable up to a VGA or anything like that. And like a TV, if you mod a TV for RGB, you can't just plug in VGA. It's not quite the same thing. We like your long ones. I've always had a long one. All right. I'll put this back now. Uh-oh, my headphones are still plugged in. No one died, no monitors were dropped. That's what I call a successful stream. Respect to the TTS for actually reading the KHZ as kilohertz. Interesting. It's interesting what it chooses to pronounce and what it doesn't, because it pronounced VGA as Vuga. But anyway. Is that the vacuum on the floor behind you? Yes. Because this is where we built the TV stand. These are the instructions for the TV stand. And I even though this happened 3 days ago, I still haven't put any of it away. That's what it's like living on your own. VGA would, yeah, if it was all caps probably. How's the MacBook going? It's good. I replaced the battery with a dodgy third-party one, and now it boots properly. I mean, the battery is not like good. I think it only lasts for like an hour and a half at most. But as long as like the MacBook is happy, as long as it's got something there so it can boot properly, yeah, it works. More black powder, yeah. Had to vacuum it up. Had to vacuum it up. Oh, there was a staring contest. Okay, all right. All right, all right. I keep saying this every time. I need to get like live split. Actually, let's go ahead and do that. Let's get live split. Let's do a steering contest. Let's do it for real this time. All right, I just have to make some new splits. Edit splits. All right, this one's gonna be called Stare. And that's the only split we really need, isn't it? Okay, and then we'll add that as a window. Yeah. All right, well, there we go. There, okay. Guys ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, that one was close. Okay, alright, that's it. 16 seconds. Yay! My first PB. Great. Hell yeah. I'm so glad. So glad to have shared this moment with you guys. Alright, so I'll save these splits so we can bring them up next time. Stream, here we go. Staring contest, any percent. Cool. Eye strain, any percent. Blindness, any percent. Okay. So, are we, maybe we're ready to get started on burning and outing. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I've, any other updates to talk about. Way to outburn. That's what I'm saying. Wow, I got 2 questions back to back about the Lego Island decomp. It's going quite well. I'll be honest with you though, I haven't contributed in probably over a month. That thing just it's got its own momentum now, which is really exciting. And I you know, hats off to the
Imagine spending a week building a website just to recall an entire department. Couldn't be me. Tier 100.
I like how even Microsoft Sam put a little mischief in that. Couldn't be me. But hell yeah. Did you get rickroll.ing? Yeah, I mean, it's not for any reason I haven't contributed anything, but I guess I've just had other things going on. But I absolutely feel like I want to credit the people who have been contributing over the last like month or so that I've been not doing a lot of work on it, because like they're the ones carrying it at this point, and I really appreciate that. So yeah, it's as far as I can tell, it's going quite well. Did the missionaries appear again? No, they didn't. No, they really haven't. Yeah, I mean, 32X has been going well though. I might try and pick up some RGB cables for my 32X because
Cheer 100 get any 32X lately?
No, I haven't powered it on since the last stream, since Monday. Let me think. It's at some point when I have like a different room and I have like a wall behind me again, maybe I'll have like, because I realize like a lot of the stuff I talk about is like in my background. Like you can see the MacBook, you can see the Dell CRT, you can see, well, you can't really see it, but there's a 32X on top of the shelf there. It would actually be kind of nice to have like the stuff that I talk about on stream or in my videos like in my background, and like it's kind of in my background. You just can't see it very well. So yeah, next time I do a stream setup, or next time I like redo my background, maybe I'll set something up so it's like that. Yeah, but I might get an RGB cable for it because, as we talked about in the last stream, the 32X has some like weird, abnormal composite timing, and it doesn't play nicely with the RetroTink 2X that I have, and that makes it difficult for me to capture because I don't really have any. That's like my way of capturing retro consoles is through the RetroTink and through HDMI. So I might try to get some RGB cables for it, because then I can, like if I get a SCART cable, and then I get a RetroTink with SCART on it, then I can use that. Put a single LED on each of the items you talk or have projects about. I could like light things a little bit better in the background, but generally, like if I have my background color of some kind, then generally it's better to have as little light as possible in the background so that can color things properly. But I'm not doing that today. Film it on a cell phone. Yeah, I guess I could point a 2008 cell phone at a TV, and then it'll be all right. It'll work. Office activator.zip. Are any of these? I'm scared to click on any of these, but like, you could actually put an Office activator. You could actually put like a key license manager on one of these things. 480p KECW. If that, it might be 240p. To be honest. Uh-oh, stinky. So, hang on. I want to see this shipping notification. I was supposed to get something today, but like, tried to deliver. And then what happened? I think what happened is they tried to call me, but because my phone was on Do Not Disturb, I didn't hear it. And then I guess they're going to try again tomorrow. So I guess that's the play. I just have to be a little bit more responsive on my phone tomorrow morning. What did I order? It's nothing really exciting. It's a USB-C like charging hub sort of thing. So I can plug in because I have a bunch of USB-C devices now. So it's just something I can like plug in a bunch of USB-C devices and it'll work. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so we might flop on over to some Burnout 3 work. Because like I said in the title, today's stream is going to be very boring. We're just going to do some work all stream. You'll be able to USC them charge. Exactly. Yeah, it's just because, like... Yeah, I've just got a bunch of USB-C stuff that I'd like to be able to charge, like, concurrently, all at the same time. Alright. Yeah, so I think we'll take a look at some of this. I've done a little bit off stream, but by a little bit I mean like almost nothing. But there is something that is worth talking about, which is that Burnout 3, I've had to do a bit of a hack. I mean, there'll be hacks all over this, until like most of it is rewritten. My boy. Gee, it sure is boring around here. My boy, this peace is what all true warriors strive for. I just wonder what Ganon's up to. Your Majesty, Ganon and his minions have seized the island of Koridai. How can we help? It is written, only Link can defeat Ganon. Great, I'll grab my stuff. There is no time. Your sword is enough. How about a kiss? For luck. You've got to be kidding. Squadala, we are off. Wow, look at all those heads. These are the faces of evil. You must conquer each. I guess I'd better get going. Here is the map. Where do you wish to go? And that's it. Thank you, I appreciate it. Alright, so, here's what I've done since the last time I showed any of this on stream. I could do the same with Ratatouille. Which part of Ratatouille? Or do you mean all of it? Do you think anyone's actually memorized the entire B movie? That would be kind of cool. So, here's what I've had to do. So, if we, hang on, let's open up Gija real quick. The whole thing? Oh lord. Really? I don't think I've ever gotten to the point of a whole movie. At least one person memorized. There must be at least one, just like law of averages, right? Like someone must have done it. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rupees. Sorry, Link, I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer. Oh god. Yeah, you can tell, like, when I point to this, like, CDI 615 that I've got, and I say it was a lifelong dream to own a Philips CDI, I'm not exaggerating. Like, I think probably since I was 13, I wanted a Philips CDI, and I got that when I was 24. So for over a decade, I was pining after a Philips CDI. Anyway. One can never have enough boobies. As long as you have boobies. I know that was a YTP line. Actually, if you want to get technical, I believe the Philips CDI games, for some reason, they're rubies, not rupees. In the real game, like in the actual Zelda games, it's rupees. But like maybe this is just a conspiracy theory. There's like a... Yeah, they're called rubies in Faces of Evil and Wand of Gamelon, even though they are rupees in the main series. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why they would, like, just change that for no reason. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they misheard it and were like, I should actually, like, check the manual and, like, see if they... Hang on. Maybe we can check the manual. Zelda... Faces... someone must have scanned it. Manual. Entire Morshu subreddit. Paste. First time I ever heard about Philips CDI was from AVGN, and then I never heard about it until you brought it up. I was an avid YTP viewer, so I knew of them before even watching AVGN. When I watched the AVGN, I was like, hell yeah, finally. This was an actual... Yo! Wait, these aren't... This isn't English.
Cheer 100. I wanted to share this Finnish national TV channel start/end of transmission ident from the 90s. It reminds me of the PS1 startup, King Leary.
Alright.
https://youtube.p/chiwig4ph0wbn.
Oh no, he's gotta read the whole thing.
43 years.
Alright, let's take a look. That was a lot all at once. Honestly, it wouldn't have been so bad if it weren't for the sound. The sound, that's some creepypasta shit. But like the visuals, I mean, if they were, if it was like upbeat, like like hang on, yeah, like I think it would be all right. Yeah, interesting stuff. It's most drawn out. It is long. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's so long. Oh, and yeah, it's all similar to TH. Oh, yeah, I could kind of see that. All right, hang on. Yeah, rubies. Yeah, they actually. It's wrong technically. It's like, well, I guess it may or may not be wrong, but yeah, it's rupees in the actual game, in the actual Zelda games, but in the CDI games they make it rubies for no real discernible reason. How do you earn the rubies that Morshu wants? Korodai is crawling with... I don't know. Yeah, weird choice, but anyway. You want a creepy ident? How about the BBC? Alright. Hang on. I am enough of a nerd that I do kind of get into these TV logos. Oh yeah, I've seen this one. I don't know if I have anything quite that, like... I don't know if I have anything spooky, but one that I grew up with, there was like an ABC Science... ABC... Not to be confused with the American ABC. This is the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. No relation. ABC is government funded. It's not. Whereas American BC is a private company. Yeah, and it's got this like squiggle logo. They did like a science section of their. Oh, maybe this is the one. Oh god, it's naked people. Well, it's okay. Twitch just allowed that, so I'm good. No need to worry. Yeah, I remember this was like, for some reason, I remember this is like, I think this is, I saw this logo. This is from 2010, but like they ran this all throughout the 90s, all throughout the 2000s. So I think what happened was like the reason this seared into my memory was because it aired just as like my brain switched on. You know, there's like a time when you switch on where like you can't remember the first couple years of your life, but at some point you start remembering things. And I think this was probably one of the first things I remembered. My recommended pages of scene looking, thanks Twitch. Yeah, I mean, I do remember stumbling upon some of those channels, some of those like, hang on, some of those like, you know what I mean? Like, right here. And thinking just like, holy shit, is this legal? And I guess now it like they've made a official decree. It is legal. Naked stream when for artistic purposes, of course. I guess like, I do know, like, I have seen speedrunners when they're getting really into it. and they're like getting like they're getting hot and bothered. They whip the shirt off because they're getting sweaty. Maybe one of these days when I speedrun Shrek Xbox 2001, I will be sweaty, shirtless, and naked. Shrek is love. This is illegal, Wow, there's the the Zelda CDI quotes just never stop coming. Anyway, fun stuff, hilarious. One of these days, I do want to beat this game as well. One of these days, like maybe we'll do a stream like that at some point where it's like I can't stop streaming until I beat Zelda CDI. When the decomp goes so well, you just rip your clothes off. I also know streamers who like they've got one of the things they do is just like rip their shirt open. I don't know if I hate my shirts that much, but maybe one day we'll get a shirt for ripping and we'll do it. I have a theory that you only start decom streams so you don't have to actually do any decomping. Yeah, I mean, why would you ever want to do any decomping? So, speaking of, let's talk about this a little bit. Let's see. So, a couple things I've done. I suspect I'm going to have to rewrite basically all of CB3 Graphics Manager. And I started rewriting OpenRenderWare, but OpenRenderWare is called by CB3 Graphics Manager's construct, which is... Do I even have that? Oh, I do, yeah. And I think all of this probably needs to be redone. It does a lot of shit, which is, honestly, a lot of it is almost certainly inlined garbage. But it creates a lot of vertex shaders, which is kind of interesting. I guess that's predominantly what it seems to do. So I had to replace... So I figured we'll replace this function as well, because like we'll need to redo all these vertex shaders. But something worth noting is that because of my favorite thing in the world, LTCG, for absolutely no reason at all, actually, I should preface this by saying, ordinarily, when you call let's say an instance method, so if you were to say like instance of something construct, in the assembly, what the compiler will do, this is part of the, this is called a this call, because implicitly this the instance is passed to the function as this, right? So when you're like this dot destroy, the this comes from, it's implicitly passed in as a this call. Now, convention is that you pass this through the register ECX. There's basically no reason not to do this, because everything will expect you to do this. That's why we call it a calling convention. Here's the problem though. LTCG, by the time LTCG gets its hands on it, everything is already compiled with each other. So we all, like, everything is, we know everything is fine. So the linker is just like, well, I can just do whatever the fuck I want from now on. And that's what it does. So for absolutely no reason at all, it puts it in EAX instead. It puts it in the wrong register. And this is one of the big things that I knew was going to happen. One of the big problems I knew I was going to run into when we started working with LTCG code is that it just does shit that doesn't make any sense. So when I inject this function, my function is going to expect it to be in ECX, but it's not. And even if it goes through the same LTCG project, well, the process, even LTCG might not put it in EAX, it might put it in ESI, like it does it down here. There's basically no rules anymore, which is fun. So essentially, what I've had to do is I've had to write this, which is a function that all it does is just move EAX into ECX because it corrects this mistake that burnout that the LTCG code makes, and then it calls my construct function, which all it does right now is create the renderware instance. So I've had to do that. I had to make a wrapper to basically convert an LTCG'd function into a regular function. Thankfully, there are no other arguments that need to be pushed into this, but if on more complex functions, we might have to worry about that. Yes, it's an assembly thunk. That's what this is. And another thing I've had to do is because another thing that LTCG loves to do is it likes to put things. It likes to make things global, even if they don't appear to have been that way. Like if you have a global instance of something, like a singleton, it'll just kind of make it a global variable that everything accesses directly, rather than through usually a singleton would be like let's say CB3 graphics manager instance. You would like access it through this. And so what LTCG does, I mean, I guess it's basically just classic inlining. It'll replace all of these with just like some address in memory, and it'll just do everything through this address in memory. And what that means is that when renderware has memory functions, so you can give it a custom memory allocator if you want, and if you don't, it'll just use its own. And basically, we don't give it a custom memory allocator, but other parts of Burnout 3 expect to be able to use renderware's memory functions. So we have to kind of cheese this. We have to use the address where it expects them. This is the memory address where it thinks these renderware memory functions should be stored, and we basically have to put them in there manually. We have to like copy the memory functions from where they actually are, where renderware actually put them into where the Xbox version of Burnout 3 expects them to be. And in fact, I should denote that as a hack. So because later on, we're not going to need to do that forever, but for now we do. And surprisingly, this doesn't actually cause any problems, because the way that CXBX works is that it basically allocates the entire 64 megabytes of Xbox memory as one solid block. And so anything within those 64 megabytes of memory is perfectly legitimate to like write and just write dumb shit to like this. Like ordinarily, this would probably be a really bad idea to just write stuff to random static addresses in memory. But because we know that we know what our memory layout is going to be, and we know that all our stuff is going to be after that, because our DLL links after it's done this, we don't have to worry about any of this stuff conflicting with each other. So anyway, so that's annoying, but it's what we're gonna have to deal with essentially. You know what they say: all toasters toast toast. Zzzt. Oh god, too many toasters. So, yeah, classic. So this is basically the process. It's going to be the process of doing this. Is just my short-term goal is rewriting as much of CB3 Graphics Manager as is necessary in order to get the graphics to be basically independent of the console. So we're going to rewrite them from being Xbox specific and DirectX specific to being relatively portable. It's a step along the way of making a portable code base with Burnout 3. Now, currently, we're stuck on a specific function. If you need instructions on how to reverse engineer Burnout 3, check out the enclosed instruction book. Okay, so you're not going to believe me, but this is a inlined push buffer direct 3D function. So basically, we are sending an Xbox GPU instruction straight to the GPU. We're not even like usually. DirectX exists to provide an abstraction layer between the game and the hardware, so that the hardware can change and the game can still interface with it. On the Xbox, they were like, well, the hardware's never going to change, so we don't have to worry about that. We're just going to inline Xbox instructions straight into Xbox games. And that's what this is. That's what this 41710. It's basically a raw NV2A instruction. And Burnout is not doing this itself. This has just been inlined into it by LTCG. So let's take a look. Let's see if we can figure out what this even is. So, and the only way to do that is to peruse through the Xbox SDK. Oh, actually, this is not the SDK. This is the Xbox. Shit. I have to mount it again. Hang on. The Xbox leaked source code, actually. That's what we have to interface with. Alright, so here we are. I need to have a permanent mounting solution for this, but I haven't figured out how to do it with NFS yet. I don't believe it. Okay, so the part that you're actually not going to believe, like that part is actually not that unbelievable, but the part that you're not actually going to believe is what this looks like in code, because LTCG has really fucked with it essentially. Port Pikmin to PC. There's already a Pikmin demo on PC. I mean, it's not the final game, but someone could probably do something with that. That would be interesting. Okay, so it's been a minute since I've done this, but I have to, here we go, end push, yeah. I actually need to piss in a second, but hold on, I'll try and find where this stuff is first. Okay, so yeah, this is end push. So you see like end push, p push plus 2, that's this. It's been inlined to fuck. And then when we say, I think it's, is it start push or begin push? It's one of those. It's start push. Okay. Well, okay, so we know it's going to be p push plus 2. This is going to be a lot of it, is trying to identify push buffer functions through here. I would like if Midnight Club 3 was ported PC as well. I would also like that. I concur. I think the only concern with that is like, then we're dealing with Take-Two. I've heard through the grapevine that EA doesn't really give a shit about modding projects. But Take-Two we know does, but so far, in fairness, only if they're currently making a remastered version of it. That, like, we know that that's essentially how that went down. They didn't. My guess is they didn't expect to win that case at all. They just wanted to wrap the modding team up in litigation for as long as possible to sell as many units of their remasters as possible. My finger is on the buffer. Push the buffer. Oh god. How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how close are you to finishing? 10 being you can see the end, and 1 being more than 1 month of work. Yeah, I think Ekopopper's got a 1.0001. Yeah. Pretty much. And then this, where you see it say 41710, that's actually one of these. Like I said, you're not gonna believe me, but this is this. Okay. And it's been just, like I said, in line to shit. So we're gonna have to, it's been a minute since I've looked at this. I have to review how this works, because it's been a while. So we go into, and I should probably write it down this time. Okay, so I have to find the push one function. Here we go. Take-Two Interactive, those scummy guys that take down any mod they come across regardless of whether or not it is legal. So yeah, I agree, porting Midnight Club 3 is not a good idea. Well, we'll see. I mean, there might be a way to like work on it privately and then just release it quickly at the end and hopefully avoid anything, but I mean, we'll see. It is playing with fire a little bit, yeah. Take-Two, more like take down. Pusher method. Okay, so I have to damn it. I have to learn how this works because I should have written it down probably. Okay, it's in the header. And I'll write it down and I might even post it in the thread to kind of get to kind of preserve this information. So in fact, I might even write a little program to, I guess arguably I should, no, I think C is fine. Gen push.c. We're gonna write something that kind of generates something that we can generate this number by using these. Is there a push that doesn't push anything? Like start push, yeah. Pushed raw. Damn it! I'm already like seeing this. I'm just like, you know, when you look at a word too many times and it doesn't even look like a word anymore. I'm getting that already, and we haven't even started. Push. Yeah, once something is up on the internet, yeah, for sure. That's why I say, like, if we, like, maybe there's a way to do it privately and then, like, release it when it's done so that we don't have to worry about getting, like, C and D in the middle of it. But, like, still, yeah, it's, like I said, it's still playing with fire. Pushed raw, push Ds. Damn it. Okay. Are we decomping Burnout 3? I'm not calling it a decomp because it's not, the goal is not like an accurate decomp. It's a rewrite into open source code. It's an open source reimplementation. Yo, Der Uncle, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. For 2 months. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, so when we say start push, I should probably be checking some of these, exactly how these work. Open source reimplementation copium. Do you think that's copium? I'm calling it a reimplementation rather than a decomp just because, like, because the goal is not something that will, like, recompile to something that works exactly the same way. The goal is just to have something that's a code base that we can edit and is portable. So that's why, and I'm not really, I care about functional accuracy, but I don't care about like instruction or byte accuracy. So as long as it works pretty much the same, that's good enough for me. Device, here we go. Start push. Force inline. Well, no wonder. Start push. What does it look like? Yeah. Okay. So this is what we would expect. This you see this make requested space that corresponds to this. This make space. This greater than equal. It's been flipped around to a less than or equal, but it means the same thing. In fact, might be a good idea to try and actually get the members of this pusher, because that would just make it a little bit more readable. Let's see if we can do that real quick. Edit data type. It's currently a M pusher. It's currently a D-word 2. I can probably just give it a real type real quick. So it's gonna be M pusher. What is it actually? It's a X metal push buffer. All right, and what's in? Now we have to figure out what this struct looks like. Ugh, I don't think it's here. I think it's somewhere else. Who you calling a D word? Well, you can't just say the D word on Twitch, right? You know, they might you might be able to be naked now, but you can't be dropping words like that. Not with the hard R. Anyway, where do I think this is going to be? Do I think it's going to be in? Might be somewhere in include. No. XDK. Here we go. Struct. It's in. Of course, it's in XMetal. Why would I be surprised about that? Oh, it really is. Okay, so it's got two P pushes, MP put and MP threshold. Well, what's a P push? Oh, that is actually a D word. Interesting. Okay, so XMetal push buffer is going to be the name, and it's basically just two D word pointers. It's MP put. I should just be copying and pasting, shouldn't I? I mean, it doesn't have to be like 100% accurate as long as I can just see what it is. Edit data type. M pusher is going to be a X metal push buffer. Yeah, that. I don't know why you minimized yourself, but yes. Save. Okay. Okay, now you can see it a little bit better what's happening now. Where start push, yeah. So where we're saying this equals P put, if P start, yeah, so we're calling this P start. If P start is greater than or equal to threshold, here again they flipped it around to less than or equal, but it does exactly the same thing. Then we make space, then when we do an end push, see if we can find this next. End push, yeah, here. Push plus 2. Yeah, so this is end push. So this is essentially this is start push. This is end push. And then all we have to figure out is what the hell this is. Why have I never seen live Ghidra action before? Because they only allowed nudity just recently. You know, they couldn't handle this hot, sexy action before. Since Reburn is on active development, what are your goals, or what are you hoping to achieve before the new year? There is a video I want to get done by the end of December that I'm like actively working on off stream, because I only really do the Reburn stuff on stream. And then I'm considering maybe doing like a Patreon Q&A or something, or maybe not even a Patreon, just like maybe a Q&A, something to like just end the year with. But I've mostly like, I think most of my big ideas, like big new content ideas, are probably going to be early next year. Reversed if statement sounds like Code Warrior. I think that's just like an artifact of x86. Or not x86, just like the process of compiling and then trying to decompile. All right, I'm gonna take my piss real quick. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Oh dear. Delete some semicolons. No. That was only a thing with GH PowerPC and CodeWarrior. I guess just a user thing then. I think it's just an artifact of like. Let's see. So. We do a JC. Actually, I haven't seen JC before. Oh, jump if condition is met. Really? I thought it had to be like jump if. Well, I think it's fairly common in all compilers that it'll like flip operands. I mean, MSVC. This is Visual C++, which is a notoriously crappy compiler. So, Matt, whenever he sees a sink. Why is this whenever I see a sink now?
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
What do you think the sink gives me diarrhea? What are you trying to say here?
肩に手を乗せ I have クロスして a bad case お腹をさすって of diarrhea ジェスチャーゲームの要領です。感情を込めてやってみましょう。 I have a bad case of diarrhea.
Is there such thing as a good case of diarrhea? I mean, what's the case made of?
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
Excellent. Excellent. I should just play that as the music on loop for the next couple of hours. If you have constipation, is that a good case? I guess it's a bad case of something else, right? Okay, so so when we start push, yeah, we return this. Okay, so this is, yeah, so essentially we just have to figure out what the hell this instruction is. +1 to save space for bad beef. See, that's what would give you a bad case of diarrhea, okay? Okay, so yeah, what we're gonna have to figure out is, so I'm gonna write a little program here that will convert a, let's see if we can do this. It will convert an instruction to something that we can, into its components, because an instruction is compiled from, like, yeah, from 3 different things. So, I'll just do this in reverse. So, unsigned int. Actually, argc, argv, if argc not equal to the classic code that every command line program needs. Usage. And it's NV2A instruction. Alright. A to I think. Assume this will work. Does this work for like hex numbers? Because I want to be able to type in hex numbers. Strutl. Alright, fair enough. Okay. Strutl. Convert a string to a long integer. Okay. Hopefully this works. Oh, right. Get this game to work on the N64 disk drive. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but we'll see. Alright, so I guess count is going to be, I'm just trying to reverse these now. Subj equals, and we'll have to do like a bit mask on that at some point. I don't know how, well, I guess if it's 13, then we can just be like that, and then that's this, so like that, right? And then the 13, let's say, okay, 13 to 18, so that's 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think this will work. And then upper 18, so damn it. I think that's correct. I mean, I could have just, there's probably an easy way to do that, but whatever. Count, hex, subj, method, I think that'll work. So just a little utility to make this a little easier, I think. What do I need for this? Oh, it's a stdlib function. Oh, yeah. Needs a lot more shit. 16, okay. Me watching without understanding. Basically, I'm trying to unravel what Direct3D does to make a Xbox GPU native instruction. I'm trying to unravel that and convert it back into something that they would have actually written. So let's try this. Let's say it's 41710. Okay. I think that's right. Let's see. So the instruction is the first 13 bits. Yeah. Or the lower 13 bits, I suppose. And then I guess. Well, I guess the way to work that out would be to do it in reverse as well. So make another one. Oh dear.
Cheer 100, did I hear someone say bits?
I guess so. Yes, we are working with bits now, because I just have to try and unravel this. Let's say method, I know it's sub-channel, but I just want to be consistent with what they actually used. So now it's going to be, I'll just use all of these, right? And then NV2A. And we just copy exactly what they did. Nice. Alright, so, and I'll rename this so that NV2A to push to NV2A. Actually, I should be giving them file names properly, because they're all going to be, otherwise they're all going to be the same. Okay, so let's see. NV2A to push. It's going to be 41710. Okay, and let's try push to NV2A. Let's try, this is the exact operation they're using to generate these. Method, subchannel, count, 41710. The math doesn't lie. Hopefully. In that case, yeah, I think we're good. Now we just have to figure out what all these methods are. So we go to, now we have to go to somewhere else in the Xbox SDK. Oops, Windows, DirectX, DXG, D38, SE, okay. And push, p push +2, that's precisely what we're looking for, but dash b4. Yeah, okay. So now we have to figure out, yeah, what I should have another terminal for this. NV2A to push, it's, again, it is 41710. So you have to figure out what method 1710 is, essentially. What if math is a lie? I believe it. I also want to, real quick, 2A to push. I want to like flip these around because I think they're supposed to be the other way around. Method, I think, is supposed to come first. Okay. She is no longer working. I didn't see that on Twitch either, so I don't think that came through. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. Now. So I've gotten this far. The math is a lie. That's what I'm saying. Here we go. 32. There we go. There's a cheer.
Can lies be proven mathematically? Tier 100.
I'd like to think, yes. You could be so much of a liar that you're a mathematical liar. Okay, so we've found the file that has all these definitions in it. Now, let's see if it's actually as simple as 1710. Can I just Google? Not Google. Can I just find 1710? Invalidate vertex cache file. Apparently, is the instruction we're doing. So, let me document this. And we just do it one time. One times. Well, well, we did it. We figured out what this is, and I guess it makes a lot of sense. So we're creating a vertex buffer, and then immediately we use a push buffer function to invalidate the vertex cache. Sure, logical, right? Now, what we want to do is just want to check the code for... interesting. Just going to check the code for this and see if we can find if the whole thing is inlined, which it probably is. Flush vertex cache.
Testing 1 to 3, 3 to 1, 999, 99,999, 9,999,999,999,999,999. Yeah, it's working, I guess. Tier 100.
I'm glad we were able to test that. I'm glad that's really helpful. Okay. So, basically there's two things this could be. So essentially all I'm trying to do is just figure out what the hell this even is. And there's two things it could be. It could be a direct call to flush vertex cache, or it could be a call to direct D3D vertex buffer lock, which seems a bit more likely. Though I guess what we'd want to do is we'd want to find unlock. Or maybe there is no unlock. Uh-oh. Lock a vertex buffer. There should be a way to unlock it. What the hell? So we create a vertex buffer. Yeah, I mean, we could either be flushing or we could be locking. Locking would mean that you'd get access to its data, which is the reason I say that's likely is because we're probably, writing data to it here. That would be a logical thing to do. Can you say per vertex lighting? This is not a trick. Are you sure about that? Are you trying to make me say pervert X lightning? Like there's some guy named Lightning and he's having a crossover with perverts? Ka-chow. How could Lightning do this? How could he do this? Alright, anyway. It could be certain FF13 fans. Oh no. That's some lore I'm not even aware of. Alright, well. So... does not equal null, then... I hate having to dig through this LTCG bullshit. Main character's name is Lightning and is a woman. Wow. Was that the idea all along? Okay, so I like how unhelpful this is, by the way. That, like, how unhelpful it is to look at hex code, because what this means is it does operation 1710 once, but because of the placement of the bit, it comes out as a 4. So when there's whenever there's something with a 4 and 4 digits afterwards, it probably means it's just an instruction that's done once, but it's a 4. Like, wrap your head around that. Anyway. So where's this PDVAR4 coming from? So this is the device, I think. P device. Surely, yeah. Sigma tip 41412. If you can't buy the game on any digital storefront, just rewrite its entire code from scratch. That's what I'm saying. Hey, welcome to the stream. We're working through it. P device. That's what I'm saying. That's what I call my toilet. I call it the P device. Alright, so PDVAR3, which I guess must also be the P device. P device again. I don't know what, unless Ghidra is misinterpreting this, which is certainly possible. And this is not the right variable, but I don't know what would be the point of calling, of checking if the device is null after, like, checking a bunch, after using the device a lot up here, but, you know, whatever. I'll assume it's correct for now. So block on time is another function that I don't think the game would have access to. It's probably another Xbox function. So let's check that real quick. Let's check the includes. Yeah. So block on time is not in the public API. It must be another inline DirectX function. Oh, wonderful. It's not even called that frequently. Weird though, because this is a it gives it a 16 or a 2, but it apparently takes a boolean. So how does that work? Well, either way, I mean, I think we can reasonably assume that if block on time is being called, it has to be one of these functions, because it can't be anything else. Because it never gets, it can't be called outside of any of these functions, so it has to be. Which one though? Good question. So we're going to, we'll just check each one basically. Oh, interesting. Okay. So there's this, which does, there's a function called block on fence, which actually just calls block on time. If this got inlined, then potentially that's a way this could be happening. I guess I should write that down. Block on fence just inlines block on time. Okay. Is the Lego decomp playable? It is not. If you want to check the status, you can check the GitHub README. We have a pretty nifty progress bar on there. Kick off. Kick push buffer. Damn, violence. Alright. present.cpp. I'm gonna guess it's not this one either. Probably not. It's probably gonna be something in pusher. Block on time. Yep. It's used potentially 5 times. Old decomp homies hate inlines. Yep. It do be like that. So right now I'm looking for like... I feel like I can't even necessarily trust that this is actually time. But it seems to be. It's just been... It's another function probably that's LTCG'd. Yeah, probably. I just don't know why you would ever push a number into a boolean, but whatever. I wonder if I can figure out what this is. Hang on, let's rep for 780,000. It might be in the public API. Interesting. That might be a good clue. Oh, resource. Interesting. It is possible it's using an inline function here. Let's take a look at that. Oh damn it, I didn't want to open with this. Does I wonder if pusher ever calls that function? Oh, it does. Huh. Oops. So equals 0. Oh, it doesn't do the block on time here. Interesting. So what's kickoff and wait for idle? What does that look like? Oh, it does a block on time. Oh my god. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. Ugh. Where were we again with the whole block on time shit? I'm playing Burnout RN, it's just IRL, not as fun as the vids make it out to be. I don't know, I think it's pretty fun. But yeah, okay, so it's gotta be some more push buffer garbage. It depends which Burnout as well though, there's like, each game is pretty different. I don't see how it's possible that oh, actual Burnout. I see. True. That'll be me after a month of working on this. I'll be experiencing real life burnout. Ugh. I hate I hate looking at this code. I just CPU time A. Is that possibly what we're looking at here? Like CPU time? No, that's a different thing. Kickoff is somewhere else. Kickoff is at 2C. Damn it! Again. You're winning, son. No. Yeah, just currently. Well, at least. This is the part that I really hate, is just sifting through the LTCG to DirectX code. Crushed all the remains of the source code just to give you guys like you a chance to keep learning. Hey, thanks guys. I appreciate it. They really did though, isn't that sad? Like the reason they can't remaster Burnout 3 is because they fucked themselves over. Like, why would you do that? You'd have to be a corporation to make a move like that, to just to make more money in the short term and fuck yourself out of money in the long term. Anyway. You still use Olive as your main video editor because I'm using it for a school project. Here's a hot take. I never used Olive as my main video editor. It never quite got to where I wanted it to be. I edited a couple videos with it, but it was always for testing purposes. It was never complete enough for me to ever feel like I could use it consistently for any of my own work. Which is sad, but that is how it goes. Because you aren't working on it. Well, as soon as someone pays me for it to do it, sure. No, I know, but like, I don't want to make it sound like I don't have a lot of. I haven't had a lot of really nice Patreons on the Olive account. It's just never been quite enough to work full time on it. You end up using Kden? No, I don't use any open source video editor. As far as I can tell, none of them are at the state that I would use them regularly anyway. Either, I think that's what I meant to say. Yo, Hohenheim09, thanks for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. Enjoy your emotes and mail accounts if you wanted to use mail. Alright, so... Didn't realize Olive was your project. Nice, I used it on and off for a few little videos. I thought it was alright for the simple cuts for sure. Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's almost entirely me. If you go through like the commit history, it's like 99% me. I look, here's a little spoiler. I do still have ideas, things I could do to make Olive a reality. It's just a matter of like, if I can confirm that my ideas could actually work, I'd consider giving another shot. But yeah, we'll see. It's the funniest meme / bad code you've decompiled. Honestly, this might be it. But I mean, it's not bad code as in they haven't, it's not their fault. This is just, it's more just, this is what it looks like when you optimize the shit out of it. trying to think. Like, I'd love to know. I suppose, like, actually bad code, like code that shouldn't have been written that way. Probably the Lego Island turning code. I mean, that's just objectively wrong. And you know it's objectively wrong because like the walking speed is adjusted to the frame rate, but the turning speed is not. So so the fact is they could have written it to not have that problem, and they should have. They just didn't because it was a mistake, obviously. I use it all the time. I wouldn't use it for a serious project, but it's definitely my preferred now. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm sure, yeah, for like little stuff, I mean, it got pretty far. Yeah. Every game I try on CXPX has graphics issues. The console says something related to textures not loading or present. Do you have any suggestions? As far as I can tell, that's just the reality of the method that CXPX chooses. If you want to... I know some people in the chat have heard this spiel before. Who in the chat doesn't want to hear me talk about CXPX again? CXPX is a good project, by the way. It's what we're using as a basis for this project, as like on a temporary basis. But there's kind of an issue. There's a complication with the way that it works and the way that the Xbox works that makes it so that it's very, very difficult to get accurate results out of it. Only if you do it through song. No, I won't. Essentially, CXPX is okay. As concisely as possible, CXPX is not actually an emulator. It's more akin to Wine in the sense that it doesn't really pretend to be an Xbox. It instead patches the game. It loads the game into memory and then patches the shit out of it until it can run on Windows. It helps that Windows happens to be very similar to the code used on the Xbox. DirectX happens to be very similar to DirectX on the Xbox. And in many ways, that ought to have worked. That was not a bad plan. The reason why it ended up not really working out is in fact for this exact reason. This OX41710 is a native instruction for the Xbox's GPU, the NV2A. A PC game, the reason why Wine doesn't run into this problem is because PC games use DirectX as kind of abstraction from the hardware, so that, you know, when the GPU changes, as long as the, you know, DirectX code is the same, and as long as it, you know, connects to the GPU properly, it'll result in the same thing. On Windows, DirectX is GPU abstraction. On the Xbox, it isn't. Microsoft realized that the GPU is never going to change. So we can actually save some CPU cycles by just embedding Xbox GPU instructions right into the game. Because CXPX is not an emulator, there's nothing that a Windows computer can do with these instructions. Unless you happen to be using the Xbox GPU in your PC, this has basically no meaning at all. Now, you could write something into CXPX that interprets native NV2A instructions and reproduces them in DirectX or OpenGL or Vulkan or whatever, but that would be called an emulator. So that's CXPX's big issue, is these. Now, CXPX could go ahead and write a low-level GPU emulation, but and I think they actually do have plans for this. If you actually open up CXPX, I think there is somewhere in here, yeah, there's like LLE GPU, an option for it. It's grayed out for some reason, I'm not sure why, but in theory, there's like plans to do that, because that really is the only way that this can work. But I don't know if there's really a lot of like motivation for it at the moment. I mean, obviously there is some motivation because it's here, but it kind of breaks the whole point of CXBX, which was that we can get an Xbox game to become a Windows game. So essentially there is no real answer. The answer is use Zemu or use a real Xbox. This is just a limitation. It turns out this is a limitation of the approach that they chose, and it wasn't a bad approach in the sense that there was every reason for a long time to assume this would work. It's just it turned out that there were problems along the way. Sign. What does the W stand for? And wine is not an emulator. W stand. Jesus. Yeah. Has anyone made an Xbox GPU card for PC? No, but it is true that the NV2A is an NVIDIA card that is based on a card that was available for PC. I don't think it's exactly the same though. It's based on, I guess, the Kelvin architecture. So I guess maybe in theory, any GPU with that architecture might be able to take these instructions. Yeah, but it is based on a real. Here we go. It's a tailored version of the NV20, which was the GeForce 3. So I'm not entirely sure. Maybe if these instructions, maybe if you happen to have this exact card, you could send these instructions to it and it would work. I think the barrier to entry there is I don't think Windows DirectX lets you give it like raw GPU instructions like this, but I'm sure there's probably a way to do it. So yeah, but I think like, so there's like a non-zero chance you could do it. In fact, it would be a really interesting project to be like, to build an Xbox with this GPU and with like an Intel CPU. I have no idea what you would need to do. But I mean, if they can get Windows NT running on the Wii, then it's probably doable. I'm sure it's a shitload of work though. I just think it's wild that like this is the thing. So it's people are gonna say like, no, it's impossible, but then some motherfuckers actually just like did it. It's on like some Mastodon instance, I think. I have to find it somewhere. Hang on, I know it was posted in my Discord, so I can just like, I'll just search it there. Windows NT Wii. Here we go. Yeah, so some motherfuckers are doing this shit. So it's actually the PowerPC version of Windows NT natively on the Wii, not through like a virtual machine. It's not like Linux in the background or anything like that. Like, of course, you could run this. You could run Windows in a virtual machine. There's no, trying to think of what the word is. There's nothing particularly like crazy about that. But apparently, this is actually like running natively. Like you can like there's no GUI yet. But like the text setup is kind of working apparently. Yeah, look at this shit, crazy. Oh, apparently maybe there is some graphics going on. Bruh. Insane, huge. Yeah, this is cool. So this is a cool project. You can upgrade an Xbox CPU. It could be possible to make a mini PC that runs OG Xbox. I'm honestly, I don't think I should do this. I think this would be a stupid thing to do, but it does make me wonder, like, how far off, like, doing this is, like, how much work would really be required? You have to do a shitload of binary patching because like the Xbox is not a PC. It's very similar to a PC and shares a lot of components with a PC, but it is not a PC. So, but it would be such an interesting project to build like a new Xbox with like a GeForce 3 and an Intel, an x86 CPU and shit like that. WoW 64 obviously stands for Windows on Wii. That's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, to be fair, I don't think PowerPC Windows NT had any like x86 emulator, so you probably can't run like you probably can't run any like actual Windows apps. Like I'm sure you couldn't run Lego Island on this, but if you compiled something for NT on PowerPC, it should work. Xbox kernel is basically stripped down and patched to hell Windows kernel. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the software wouldn't necessarily be a problem once it was loaded. It's more the hardware might not, the PC hardware might not be at like I/O addresses that an Xbox expects. That would be like my initial assumption. But like I said, if you can get Windows NT on the Wii, you can probably get the Xbox OS running on a real, on a non-Xbox like. But you just have to do a lot of reverse engineering to make it work. That being said, I say that, but I am right now looking at a leak of the Xbox source code, so so actually maybe not much binary patching would be necessary at all. I actually don't know how much of this is even recompilable, but you know, maybe. Yeah, you came to that conclusion too. Anyway, like I said, I don't think it's a as interesting of a project that would be. I don't think it's anything I'm going to do anytime soon. Take a lot of work, yeah, for sure. We need React OS on the Wii. That's probably already possible. I don't know if anyone's done it, but I don't think there's anything stopping you from reworking the source to run on a Wii. This is why you should never believe anyone that's like, no, it's impossible, because like motherfuckers said decomp was impossible not too long ago, and then this guy's like, NT on the Wii, no, it's never gonna happen. But like, then someone just did it, you know? Like, I understand what they mean, which is that you can't just do it, right? But I think I like to say nothing is impossible. It really is just about like how much time do you want to put into it? How much of your life do you want to invest into it? Yeah, math is math. Anything, code is code, anything can be done. It's just a matter of, do you want to do it? God, what the hell is this? Ugh. Anyway, that was a long tangent to essentially say I have no idea what this is. The power of friendship can do anything. True. So, okay, we don't need that. All right, so I'm still trying to figure out what this could possibly be. Oops. I'm gonna double back to trying to figure out what we might be calling here. So this and 78000 is definitely something inlined because it's D3D common int ref count mask. In fact, I should actually add that as the string here. There we go. And now so I'm gonna browse through this and see if there's anything in resource.cpp that it could be. Doesn't look like it's gonna be that. I don't think so. Don't think so. Don't think so. And we've wrapped. I think we were getting there. It probably is a call to this. Because this is only called in a couple places anyway. So yeah, and the fact that it's called in specifically in push buffer code probably makes this. It's gotta be this. It's just so much of this code gets ripped out by LTCG. It's so annoying. I've had this problem before, where like you'd only see a little bit of it because okay, obviously the assert gets optimized out. We know that. This probably gets optimized out in release builds. Oh, okay. This is probably this null check. I was about to say, like, why would it be using a null check if we've done all this stuff with the device already up here? But actually, if it's from an inline function, that actually makes a lot of sense. So, have you seen the Link's Awakening PC port? I haven't. Is that new? Is that like brand new? What was that you just did in Ghidra? Equate string to an address. You can like if you see a number, you can like do set equate, you can like give it a because Ghidra knows that like a number could be a constant, so you can make it a constant and then it's a little more readable. Okay, so I'm pretty convinced this is. Yeah, this is block on non-surface resource inlined. No, not that. Like, oh, it's gonna be one of those things where I can't get it in the right place. Damn it. Well, whatever. Who cares? So this is another private function. Stop staring at my privates, which means that at least I think it is. Hang on, let's double check that real quick. Yeah, which means this we're still in inlined territory right now. I wonder if we are in buffer, because we created a vertex buffer here basically. Oh, look at that! Huh? We must be here, I think. Well, maybe actually no. Oh yeah. It's gotta be. And then this is get data from resource. What does this do? This is resource. It's a. So if it's a video address, let's assume it's a video. Yeah, it would be a video address because this is a vertex buffer. Then jump over to memory. And then this. Oh, for God's sake. X metal, we have that somewhere in here. It's here. To memory address. Some kind of OR. Okay. Is that yeah. Okay, cool. So I can equate this to that. Alright. Good to know. Good news, everyone. We have just figured out that this is indeed D3D vertex buffer lock. It's what I thought initially. Yeah, all of this. From here to here is all D3D buffer vertex lock. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted. There, okay. Oh, just kill me now. All right, so now I'm moving on to something else, and I don't know what this is. I don't know what this could be. My guess is what must be happening is where this is okay. This is definitely a memory copy of some kind. I think. I knew that from the start, but I was waiting for you to figure out before I said anything. Well, thanks, because I appreciate this opportunity to learn. That's right. No backseat decompiling. I wanna discover the twists in the plot for myself. Have you ever used CS Cope? I haven't, but I guess I could look into it. 10 days old, while impressive, lacking in some quite clear ways. Interesting. I've never... Link's Awakening is the Game Boy game, right? I've never played that one. Well, I've never played any Zeldas, actually. I mean, I've played the first... I've played up to, like, the Deku Tree in Ocarina of Time, the Deku Tree. I've played, like... I've played, like, the first 20 minutes of Ocarina of Time. I've played, like, the first 20 minutes of Link to the Past. I played, like, the first 20 minutes of Zelda on the NES. I played the first, like, 20 minutes of Wind Waker. Have I played any others? That might be it. I played a lot of the beginning of a lot of Zelda games. The Game Boy game, the Game Boy Color game, and the Switch game. Oof. Installing Windows the Arch Linux way kind of goes hard, not gonna lie. Can you actually do that? Can you actually install it from command line? That'd be really interesting, I think. Alright. Fun. Oh, really? That's cool. Hang on, I've just been informed through my own Discord. Really? That, it's possible to debug the 360 through, on non-Windows. That might be useful one day. Huh. I wonder how, yeah, I mean... No, I won't. I won't ponder. Install Windows the Arch Linux way. Bruh. Alright, let's take a look. Oh yeah, DISM commands. That makes sense. Yeah, I get that. I can see how that works. And then you install the bootloader. Is that really it? I mean, is there really no more... I guess it doesn't. I guess you don't configure Windows anymore. You don't select, like, you know what I'm talking about. When you install Windows 98, you can do like a custom install, and you can like select shit to install. I guess you don't really do that nowadays. Yeah, like this stuff. I always enable desktop themes, but I guess you don't really do that nowadays. You just let it rip. All right, well, fair enough. I like how this is definitely the most important part. Everyone should be doing this. Anyway. Okay. Well, so this is the surface. Actually, it's the vertex. So it's actually the buffer data. Okay, so yeah, we're just copying data into the buffer, and then what's this? I'm going near that. All right, so I think essentially we're just gonna have to rewrite this. I think it creates a vertex buffer, then returns a and then it locks it and returns a reference to it. When do we unlock it though? Do we ever unlock it? Is that not something you have to do in Xbox land? Because I didn't see any unlock function. Let's check the docks. Just down here at the docks. Vertex buffer lock. That's probably what we're looking for. DirectX for Xbox does not require a corresponding call to unlock. What in God's green flat earth are you doing, Xbox? This function does nothing. It has been provided to ease in the port of code from DirectX 8 to DirectX for the Xbox. Parameters, none. Return. This always returns okay. Why? How? What? How is it possible that you lock something but you never have to unlock it? No docs. That's true, I never got doxing. If you're on OOB, does that make you a goober? I think it does. I would argue, yes, it does. Like a chastity cage. I didn't know the Xbox was such a fan of abstinence, but you know, here we are. Well, look. We're not on the Xbox anymore, so we are definitely going to need to unlock this, I think. Actually, maybe that's not even true. Let's actually jump over to DirectX 8 for Windows real quick. Do we actually not have to do this at all? Lock. Vertex buffer lock. For God's sake. Piece of shit. Vertex buffer. Wait, no. iDirect 3D vertex buffer 8. There it is. What a shitty search algorithm. Like, what the fuck? Here, lock and unlock. That's what I want. Okay. Lock. Locks a range of vertex data and obtains a pointer to the vertex buffer memory. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how much of this I actually have to do. Like, all right, yeah, let's see. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. So we are currently in CB3 debris array. Oh, I'm so annoyed at how this is gonna work. I hate this. I hate this. All right, so we're gonna jump into, gonna make a new class. I like how every time we do anything like this, most of the time I feel like all I'm doing is having an existential crisis. I'm just like, oh god, I can't believe I have to do this. Oh no. Alright, so now we have to figure out how it's being called, because we can't fucking rely on it to be being called normally, thanks to LTCG. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, really? Oh. 35C. No? This is the this call, but where's the this? Oh, it is through EAX again, I think. You're thinking of the sex box, that's the one that... Oh, true. The X is actually like straight edge, you know what I mean? Do you ever see this? Like, yeah, like if you're the letter X, it means, you know, no drugs, no drink, potentially a vegetarian or vegan diet, no promiscuous sex. That's what it means. We've cracked the code. It's that's what the X means. Finally, they thought they could pull one over on me by saying it stands for DirectX. Bullshit. It stands for straight edge. We just figured it out. All right. Anyway, So I think I'm gonna need to write another LTCG function. Babe Casey, it's time for your weekly burnout 3D. Yes, dear. Oh god. Include cd3 debris array.h. That is it. That is what we're doing, isn't it? Yeah. And what function is this? This is, oh, effects manager. That makes sense. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this again for particle array? No, just this one that inlines a bunch of shit. Here's a question. Should we be calling renderware here? Let's see. Vertex buffer. Apparently, there's a lot of reference to D3, D8 specific stuff, but ideally I want, like, you know, platform independent stuff. Okay, so... So we're gonna have to. This is gonna be another naked function, guys. Finally, we can have naked functions on Twitch. Isn't that great? Here we go. Decal spec naked. And we're gonna, yeah, it's exactly the same bullshit. It's gonna be because we have to convert an EAX this to an ECX this, and that's all we have. That's all we gotta do. Sounds like something the Xbox wouldn't be a fan of. Well, we're not on the Xbox, are we? I don't think it has a say here. All right, can add that. Debris array, cool. So what I'm gonna try to do is basically this function can be kind of split into two halves. This top half is all direct 3D stuff that we're gonna have to replace, but then this bottom half seems relatively legit. So I'm gonna see if I can get away with calling the bottom half of this this function. And it should then, you know, return back to our function. It's going to require some x86 assembly hackery, but we'll try it. C++ and Mac KC. I consent. The original. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Yeah, that's it. The myth of consensual sex. Though in this case, it's just a consensual, like, Burnout 3D compilation. Hey, these are all memes. Where's the original? Here we go. I consent. I consent. I don't. Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? It's the Xbox there. Jesus. Calling the bottom. I don't think the Xbox would be a fan of that either. What's a naked function? A naked function is a function where, okay, so if we actually look at a compiled function, there's a lot of shit that happens here. Like it's pushing a lot of stuff, a lot of registers into the stack so it can pop them off later, and then it's, you know, there's a lot of like, ordinarily the compiler will do a bunch of stuff when starting and ending a function just to, you know, make the code run a little bit better. But if you're doing like x86 assembly hackery like me, you don't want it to do any of that stuff. For example, the reason we use it here is because we need the value of EAX specifically. We can't let the compiler fuck around and put something else into EAX. So that's why it's naked. So we can just grab EAX immediately and shove it into ECX, and then we call our real function, which doesn't need to be naked anymore. Function is naked and afraid. Look, no, it's not afraid. It's fine. Hi, Clive. Have you been made aware of X4 case folding after your case insensitivity problems? I haven't. But it turns out a lot of the issues we were having didn't end up being case insensitivity. It seems primarily our issue today is that the Xbox includes, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the Xbox includes need to be after the Windows SDK includes. That just seems to be how the Xbox code was written. Like, there are people even on Windows that have that problem. So if we run into that issue again, I'll look into it. But for now, we're not really having that problem. I've ported a lot of software, but I've never gone into hex. What does FFFF be useful for? Is that a null function? Where are you seeing that? Because it would depend on, like, where. It depend on the what would you call it? The context. What happened to Lego Island, Matt? You should be getting back to the best game in the world instead of this. You know. I was trying to think of how self-deprecating to go with it. My brain likes to switch it up every now and then. I have a lot of difficulty doing one thing for a very long time. So, no. I'm just asking no context. FFFF, well, I mean, if you want to get really technical, FFFF is a negative number. Well, it depends. If it's unsigned, then it's, you know, the maximum number. But if it's signed, then it's negative 32768. Negative. Oh God. It depends on how you like interpret the number, I think. Or does it need to be 7? No. So, well, the point is it'll be like, so it could be a -1 in 16-bit, but it could be something else. It depends a lot on the circumstance. Signed 16-bit. If it's signed 16-bit, then it's a -1. If it's unsigned 16-bit, then it's the maximum possible number. But it could mean anything, really. It could be like an error code. Undiagnosed ADHD confirmed. We have long, I don't know if you've been like, I don't know how much you've been on this stream, but we have long confirmed, no, not confirmed, we have long suspected that I have ADHD. And in fact, I'm in the process of getting diagnosed. I've like filled out all these quizzes and questionnaires, but they haven't gotten back to me. I hear that's normal, like it takes a while for them to like get back to you. And I called in like a week ago asking, because it's been over a month since I did these quizzes. And I called like a week, actually not a week ago, like a few days ago, asking like, hey, what's the progress? And they're just like, looks like they're still working on it. So yeah, we'll see. ADKC. We should add like a, I've seen on some people's streams, they have a 7TV emote for ADHD. Can I actually add this? This is kind of funny. It would appear to be XQC, but that's okay. Yeah, okay. Now anytime I have an ADHD moment, you can spam that in the chat. Oh God. It does update in real time. That's a nice 7TV feature. Doesn't show up on stream. Hang on, let me if I refresh the chat, maybe it will. There we go. Yeah, I just had to refresh it. They will just respond, yep, you are now a confirmed genuine crazy male. maybe they will. Yeah, that's me. That's a summary of me on any given day. Okay, so I'm supposed to say ADHD if I have ADHD. Yeah, you can if you want. I added it so we can add like a we can. It's just something you can spam whenever I have an ADHD moment, which is relatively frequent. If you can accurately describe with an XQC comparison, you really need to fix your life. Well, we've known that for a long time, to be fair. Okay, so... so essentially, we're going to have to create a vertex buffer, get access to this vertex buffer, call burnout 3 code with buffer in correct place, unlock vertex buffer, lock the vertex buffer. I'm really curious how we do this. Like, I feel like there's no... Oh, obviously, of course. I'm just being thick as usual. I'm not talking about my dick. Obviously, we should be looking at the, yeah, at CB3 debris array. Does it have a construct? Yeah, it does. Ah, shit. It looks completely different. That's depressing. I guess it's possible that... alloc. I don't know what the hell this is. I guess it's possible they could be using fucking Direct 3D code right in the goddamn Burnout 3 code. I don't know if it's wise to use that though. You want to call Burnout 3? Do you have its phone number? I do! In fact, if you're curious, we're gonna call specifically... Do we actually use... We do. Alright, I think we actually specifically need to call this, because it sets up a couple variables for us. So, and we're doing it in assembly, because we're going to need to throw some shit in the right place, unfortunately. Call this random ass address. And where does it want this buffer to be? It wants it to be in EDX, is that it? EBX. Poovar. No, surely it's EDX. Okay, so when we get a so when we lock the buffer, which we would do roughly by, let's pretend we're using, alright, vert buffer lock. Let's assume that this is real. Oh god, I don't even know what any of these are. Do we have any flags, or do we have any fucking, like... Ugh. Okay, so we're getting a byte array, apparently. Buffer. Fuck it, I'll do that later. In the interest of making it relatively... in fact... In the interest of making it relatively... what would you call it? Like... portable. I won't use any D3D code yet. So what we need to do is we need to mov buffer into EDX, and then I think we can call it, and then I think it will return, and everything will be fine. I think. We'll see. Ugh. Another thing we could do is, because right now I'm kind of doing it backwards, where my code is calling the burnout code. It's possible we could we could patch it so that burnout code calls my code. I just feel like this is probably the cleaner way of doing it. Still got that OG Xbox to give away. It runs, has mod chip, cables, controls. Anyone near Illawarra wants it, come get. You need to jumpstart it by shorting a 3-volt line. Interesting. Is something wrong with the button? Fucking hell. Okay, so yeah, and how much do we need? Oh, good point. This whole thing, fuck. Plus, oh no. It's crazy how far we extended a single instruction set. x86 8-bit, 16-bit, yeah. It is crazy. In fact, perhaps there's a lot of legacy craft that we ought not to be dealing with anymore. But I guess that's what x86S is for, right? That's what that's the whole idea. Wait, what the hell? x86S. Yeah. This is interesting. I mean, I guess I don't mind as long as, like, I think what would be nice is if I wouldn't mind if, like, old apps would have to run through a little bit of emulation. But I do want to be able to run old apps. I still care. I still want to play Lego Island. So yeah, I mean, if that's kind of the thing. Like, Windows 11 on ARM has an x86 emulator now, so in theory, I could probably use an ARM PC and not mind. But I do still want to be able to run the old stuff. Yeah. Yeah, all x86 processors spend it. Yep, for backwards compatibility, and that's cool. But I somewhat question the usefulness of that, because it's not like you can, or maybe you can. Like, it's not like you can get a 486 motherboard and then plug an i7 into it. Maybe you can. Maybe there's a way to wire that up, but I haven't heard of that happening. So, at what point is the backwards compatibility even, like? I mean, there must be a use for it, otherwise why would they bother? But, like, for the average person, it doesn't seem like there's much use for it. Is decomping comparable to trying to rewrite the lyrics to a song you barely recognize? I guess it could be. I think if you wanted to make a parallel, it would be like it would be like if someone wrote something in one language and then translated it into another language, and then using only that translation, you tried to figure out what the original used to say. And it wasn't translated very well. I feel like that's probably how I would describe it to, like, if someone was, like, non-technical. Rewriting story. No, I think it's not as bad as a waveform. best Windows Vista build. I do think I'm going to do that project where I try to install XP on a modern computer, because that actually would be kind of hard now. But in theory, I think it's totally possible, because if you installed XP 64-bit edition, actually no. If you want to get really technical, 64-bit edition was the Itanium version. XP X64 edition, I actually am under the understanding that there are like patched drivers. I probably won't be able to find them quickly, but I'm pretty sure there are patched RX 570 drivers that can run on 64-bit Vista and XP, which could be pretty sick, honestly. Like, and I don't think there's any, as long as your PC can boot CSM, I don't think there's any reason it wouldn't otherwise. Oh, the SATA, like, disk drivers you'd need. That would be complicated. Maybe like USB, if you wanted to get like USB 3. I feel like it would be relatively doable. It would just be like, it'd be complicated, but there'd be some complications along the way. But I feel like you could actually get something that works pretty damn nicely. Damn it, MS releasing 3 different... Yeah, that's a meme. But I guess, you know, at one point it probably did seem like Itanium was gonna be... Okay. I guess at one point it could have been the next big thing. It just never was. Doesn't XP Task Manager not support more than 16 cores or something? Maybe. Hard to say. Anyway, yeah, so I think that'll be fun. That's probably something I'm going to try to do, a relatively soon upcoming video. Usefulness, you can run Temple OS. Isn't Temple OS, it doesn't run in real mode, does it? Or does it? I thought it required a 64-bit. Uh-oh. Oh, well, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It's 32 cores. Interesting. Well, I don't think I'm at that point yet. I think my... what does my computer have, actually? About... My host. It's 16, yeah. Cool. Runs in 16-bit? Interesting. So it's x86-64. I remember reading something about how, hang on, Temple OS x86-64. It is super interesting. This whole like command line C interpreter, that is sick, actually. Like, unironically, that's really cool. Interesting. Anyway. Matt Casey's host system is actually Windows 8.1. I have thought it would be really interesting to run something funny on the host, but no. I mean, if I wanted to, I could reboot this into Windows 8.1, like my guest system, because I have it all. It all just hooks up through the same GPU. This one RX 570 has so much compatibility. It's Mac OS. It's any modern version of Windows, and you know, like I said, people have backported it to Vista and XP, I think. Linux, obviously. Yeah, it's pretty sick. It's not a great GPU for like modern gaming, but it's a fantastic GPU for like compatibility with like a bunch of operating systems. That's why when I upgraded my GPU, I kept my 570. Hell yeah. Oh dear. In the realm of code where dreams unfold, CXBX emerges, a tale to be told. Xbox emulator on Windows it thrives. Gaming nostalgia and emulated live. CXBX bridge of the years. Unlock Xbox. Did you just write this just now? That's a lot of effort. That's not an existing poem, is it? I weirdly like desktop Windows 8.1, maybe because I didn't experience it as much as I could have, but I like Xbox 8, I like Windows 8.1, but I'm still, so here's something I realized. It's easy to say like, I want the start menu, but actually a lot of us don't use the start menu as a menu anymore. We just press the button and start typing. And in theory, the start screen is perfectly compatible with that paradigm. I think the only reason I don't like it is because it just envelops the whole screen. And I feel like that's just unnecessary. Especially on like older computers, it could get kind of slow to be like, to do that whole like throughout the whole screen. Like, I basically have something like that. When I press start on my Linux system, there's no menu. It just pops up a box, and I just type shit into it, like, I want to run Chromium. Okay, there it is. And it's just a box, and it's really, really quick. So, like, I can see a world where I would have not hated the start screen, but I feel like maybe just because it was, like, it was big and slow and kind of, like, it kind of, especially on like older PCs, it kind of lumbered along like and then like regurgitated all over the screen. But like I realize I don't actually need a menu. I don't care to have a menu. I just need this. This is all I want. I really like the full screen search. I did not. Like I said, I like it to just be quick and I don't need a menu. I just want something to be quick and like appear. I would like that box on my Mint system. Does it have a specific name or is it something Arch specific? It's KRunner. It's Crunner, which is KDE specific, but it can probably run on like other stuff as well. It probably doesn't even need KDE. I think it is just a program. Yeah, so you can find a way to install KRunner. And then yeah, this is the code to open it when you press the start button, but like I'm sure there's multiple ways that you can make this work. This is just the Arch recommended way. I like the Windows 11 start menu, essentially that just with some icons that you can click. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. It's been a minute since I've used Windows 11. My recollection is not as snappy as this is, which is something that I value. But yeah, I think it's alright. I think it's probably fine. If you want something you might love, Google Gwake Terminal. Python-based drop-down terminal made for GNOME. Gwake style of Windows based on an FPS game. How does it actually work, though? I feel like that didn't really tell me anything. Does it just like appear on... Oh, like a console in an FPS game. I guess that's kind of useful. I feel like I have that... Not that, but like it's not hard to open a terminal on like on KDE. You can even embed one into a file explorer, unless it does something I'm not like familiar with. You press the hotkey and it drops down, you can open and close. I guess that's useful. Look up your Quake, it's the KDE equivalent. I guess. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Maybe that's useful. I never knew I wanted that squiggly line should open terminal in every OS. Yeah, I guess I could see that. That could be interesting. Oh, it's actual KD app. That's interesting. I guess we could try it. Tilde, yeah, you're right. More fun to call it squiggly line, though. Is that already? Do I have to set something up? For starting to use, you might want to change the keyboard shortcut. I guess the problem if it is actually tilde, you might want to use that in an actual. You might actually want to use that when writing code or something. So I guess I'll leave it for now. Oh yeah, that's fun. I don't know if I'll tell you what. I'll leave it here. I'll see if I start using it. Wish MSI motherboard supported booting from 2GB Wii SD card so I could boot into Linux. Is that a thing? When the fuck do you use tilde? In ordinary life, not often, I don't think. But in programming, so if you're using JavaScript, for example, JavaScript, like you have quotes for like a string, but if you have quotes in these, then you can use like variables in them. This is like a new syntax, so that's a way. If you're doing like bit math, you're doing like, and you want to flip the bits, you would use a tilde like that. But like, these are all like hyper-specific programming examples. I'm not sure about like, I don't know about the average person. If you speak Portuguese, you'll use it a lot. Oh, interesting. You use it to like add accents to things. That's interesting. I never knew that. I can only think of, in my life, I can only think of like occasional programming situations, but I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of like what would the average, if you weren't using it for your language, what would the average person use a tilde for? Oh yeah, of course. When you that's where you that's what you need to use it for. Yeah, how could you miss that? How could you lose that functionality? For me, it has always and only been the game console, but oh yeah. Yeah. You mean you're not nyawing on a regular basis? Oh, approximately. Yeah, I've done that before, where I'll be like, you know, like, it'll take... sometimes I've done that, yeah. Occasionally. Oh, true! Alias for home. Yeah. So, non-Unix users wouldn't be like, if you're a Mac user or a Linux user and you're a programmer, or you do stuff in terminal a lot, that is true. The squiggly line is means your home folder. So if rather than typing like /home/mat/source/isle, you can just type in squiggly line /source/isle and it'll get you there. So that's probably actually where I use it the most. I somehow completely forgot that was even a thing. I mean, I use it all the time. I forgot that I use it all the time. So yeah, anyway. Both are your home folder? Is that true? Like if I typed penis... No, doesn't. I don't know. Squiggly line has more syllables than tilde. I never said it was more efficient, I said it was more fun. I'm new enough to actually using Linux, I didn't know about that. Yeah, I'm surprised that I forgot that I, because like, I think I don't associate it with like anything. It's just like, oh, yeah, that's how you get to the home folder. So my brain didn't make the connection. Yeah. Gotcha. But because I don't have a penis user on here, it doesn't actually... Yeah, I figured that was probably what that meant. That's cool. I've never used a, like, Well, I never really used a multi-user system. I do have systems where like I'll have like different users used by different apps, but like I've never needed to know what their home folder is. And otherwise, I haven't had a shared computer since I was like 12 years old. So yeah, that's why I never would have tried to use that. I have a guest account no one ever uses. You know what I say to guests coming over? Oops. I say, fuck them. No guest account. You want to use my PC? Eat shit. You better have brought your own laptop, idiot. Alright. Where was I? I've completely fallen off this. I should try to get into, see if I can get into the habit of using this. But the problem is, I think my biggest problem with this is, there's like any key that I map it to, like what if I need to use that key? Like currently it's mapped to F12. What if I need to use F12 for something? How do I get around that? And then if I have to use like a more complicated shortcut like Control F12, or like Control Alt something, like you can already Control Alt T to open a terminal on KDE, so then it starts to become like not quick anymore. Honestly true, don't touch my math box. That's what I'm saying. Oh, browser inspector. Though I use a control, you can use Control Shift C for that as well. All custom shortcuts on the number pad? I guess so. Sometimes I do use the number pad though. Ironically, one of the things I use the number pad for the most is not actually calculating. It's like when I'm doing, when I'm writing C++ and I need like a pointer, like a void pointer, I'll use the multiply, the asterisk on the number pad just because it's a little quicker than Shift 8. So I can be, yeah, I'll be like sometimes it's quicker, not all the time, but sometimes it is, and that can be kind of fun. Mostly the positioning for win. Oh, win, that could be interesting. I wonder if that's, hang on. How do I change the shortcut now? Shortcuts? Yeah, okay. Doesn't like that for some reason. I assume there's some like shit getting in the way. Huh? Oh, here, yeah. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Yeah, maybe that could work. That's kind of a quick shortcut because you can do it all with like one hand. Change the shortcut into a long cut. It's a medium cut. It's 2 keys, but I don't think, like we were talking about, what would we ever use like this for? I don't think I'd ever use like win plus that for anything. So I could see that being useful. You just closed it, that's why? I don't know what you're talking about. Like you saw that when I was like I was doing it, but it was still typing shit in here, so I don't think you're correct. Squiggly line is not bitwise? What does that mean? You can have it partial transparency. Yeah, it's probably I guess there's probably something about that. In case anyone else is looking for something like KRun or not KDE launcher. Okay, fair enough. I don't think I would ever not use KDE, but for anyone who isn't, hell yeah. Oh, here we go. Use skin translucency. I was a little put off by the... I was a little confused by the word skin translucency. Did that work? Apparently not. Maybe I don't have skin translucency. Oh, do I need a different skin, different one of these? I have no idea. It doesn't really matter. It's whatever. Remove skin. Jesus. Okay, anyway. Whatever. Let's get back to this. gotta make us translucent skin. Yeah, you're right. Actually, speaking of skin, I'll probably hop off in about, let's say it's like 4:30 here. Let's say I hop off at about 5 because I gotta go to the gym and then I gotta go to the supermarket again. Last time I tried installing something from KDE into my Debian XFCE VM, it tried hijacking my icon set. That's pretty common. The desktop environments don't really play well with each other, I feel. Or they're all... Sometimes they use shared stuff, and sometimes they use their own stuff, and like, so sometimes, occasionally it'll interfere with like other settings. Yeah, I think that's pretty normal. What do I think of XFCE? I don't, to be perfectly honest. I haven't used it since 2012, I don't think. And I just don't really see myself ever switching away from KDE. This is like exactly how I want my computer to work, essentially. So I don't ever really see myself, unless they like fuck it up at some point. I don't really see myself ever changing from it. Remove my sweat glands. I guess that would be useful as far as like controlling body odor, but not that I have a problem with body odor anyway. Going to the gym. Hey, I've been going to the gym for like, when do it's a little over a month now. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to be healthy. I can't just be sitting at my fucking computer all day. Not going into my 30s. Ew. No, I'm still a couple years off from 30s, but still. It's good to have it's good to develop good habits early, you know what I mean? Show us your gains. I mean, I don't think there's anything visible yet, so you can tell us tales of how you go to the gym or you're like, we'll never believe you. It's not a bit. What do you think? This is the gym bit? It's it. Why would I do that? All right, so I'm still trying to figure out how in the name of God I would like do a vertex buffer. Like, I think my concern is I could use like Direct3D code, but I'm trying to make this portable, right? So ideally this should be going through Renderware. And like I feel like it's more likely they used Renderware for this stuff. Vertex buffer. Vertex buffer. No. Tank. Matt has locked Andrew in the basement to endlessly make clips about going to the gym. Oh boy. A vertex buffer's just like, no, surely not. OpenGL has the concept of vertex buffers, I'm pretty sure. But maybe not back then? I'm trying to figure out basically what they did to produce this code. Like, maybe they did use Direct3D code directly. What dock do you use for KC? For KDE? The taskbar? It's pretty much the standard taskbar with... I swap out the like icon-only task manager for a task manager with words because I like words. But otherwise, that's about it. Nothing really more special than that. Lifting that CRT is all the gym that Matt needs. I will say, I have made the joke earlier on that like, the only reason I need to go to the gym is to, is so that I can lift my 40-kilogram Trinitron with no trouble. Words waste so much space? Yeah, but if it's like icons, then... And I have like multiple windows, like, okay, so if I have like a bunch of these, then I have to do like 2 clicks to actually get to the window I want. I feel like that's bullshit. And then look, they get smaller. So the more windows I have, they waste less space. So it's not wasting space because they only use the space that they need. Like, what if I had like, if these are all icons, then all my icons would only go up to about here. So like, then all of this would be a waste of space anyway. So I disagree. I think that's a bad argument. They still use the entirety of the taskbar. Then what? But if there was icons only, what's the space that's not used by the icons? Is that suddenly not a waste of space? Oh, I'm getting so much use out of that, out of the 50% of the taskbar being empty. I'm so glad half of the taskbar is empty. Anyway, doesn't matter. My point is, I'm still trying to figure out how this function works. I'm still on this, still trying to figure out how in the name of God. The problem is that like I have this labeled PS2 prototype, but it just doesn't it doesn't look anything like the function I'm actually looking at. So we know that this is debris array construct, and this is debris array construct, but it doesn't look anything like it. Like what? Where did all this go? And then, okay, so maybe construct geometry data got inlined. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so we can see these loops here. That's probably these two loops here. But then where the hell did this come from? Like, okay, so is it CB3 Effects Manager alloc? Is this all that inlined? Maybe. But then when you actually go into it on the PS2 version, at least, it's just all this shit. I don't even know what. Like, how is this allocating anything? It's just like getting addresses and like adding in my. It's just like, it's like, yeah, I'm doing work. I'm just like, are you sitting there and your boss is like, are you doing work? And I'm just like, yeah, and I'm just like typing shit into the calculator. Like, this is basically what it's doing. So I have no idea. Ugh. What is the A in AIN is not an emulator? You know, maybe it stands for AIS. Oh, this is interesting. We've got an inline renderware function here. Actually, maybe it's not inline. Maybe it's because I distinctly remember seeing this function here. Is this, oh, look at that. I love when the assembly, like x86 assembly and then MIPS assembly looks like it actually produces the same pseudocode. I actually think that's really satisfying. Good to know. Well, now we know what this is. It stands for I can't think of a clever response. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So I guess maybe they did use like. Well, they don't have any. I would expect some more like renderware shit here. Wait, did the PS2 have a shared memory model? Oops. PS2 shared memory model. Why does it think I give a shit about cards? It probably is really simple. I feel like yeah, I mean, they both have a square root symbol, instruction, but I mean, I still feel like, I still feel like it's exciting when code from different architectures, code compiled to two different architectures, manages to generate the same pseudocode. I understand it's a simple function, but still. Oh. Great news, everyone. I have just received my refunds from GoDaddy. So I guess no loss. Nothing of value was lost. No, it's not shared. Not shared memory. I'm just trying to figure out why is it PS2 had a shared memory model. The system architecture of PS2 featured a unified memory architecture. Interesting. Is that true? Because I just found information that it's like system RAM and video RAM are different. But maybe it's like... So there's a different amount of video memory. But I mean, maybe they're still shared somehow. I asked GPT, so it must be true. Right. Is that where that came from? Spend that refund on groceries? Yes! Yes! It's okay. It's a shame I didn't get Bing Chilling, but it's also... You know what I like even more than Bing Chilling? It's $255. Hey. The reason I'm asking is because, like, what's peekaboo? Parallel copy lower double word. Oh, it's a MIPS instruction. Okay. That's a lot of Wheatses. $255, it sure is. That's 5 Wheatses. And the Wheatzer wasn't even that cheap. It was pretty expensive. But the reason why I'm wondering is because, like, if it's allocating in system memory, but it's like a Vertex... Fuck it, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, we looked at Bing Chilling earlier, yeah. Whoever did pay $255 on it is already putting it to good use. Okay, so... Alright, well, I'm gonna stop being ridiculously ADHD, and I'm gonna actually read what it says about vertex buffers. Vertex buffer. Binds a vertex buffer to a device data stream. This function creates an association with vertex data and a data stream that feeds primitive processing functions. It is preferred that this utility function is used rather than the D3D8 API function set stream source. Well, what I really want is... I want to know how it's locking vertex buffers. Here? Locks an available section of an internally managed dynamic vertex buffer ready for use by an application. Vertex buffer, the vortex format size and number of vortices required defines the size of the section in the vertex buffer, points to the vertex buffer and the start of the... Cool. Yeah. Could it be? What also doesn't help is, I just got the email, I'm getting another email saying, like, about the refund, and it says, refund for rickrolling. Like, they rickrolled me, now they better pay up. Yeah, that's right. How dare you rickroll me? The refund for rickrolling me. True. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. Oh god. Creates a vertex buffer. If an unused buffer already exists or the same size. Okay. Vortex buffer. Buffer D's vortexes. One of the annoying things about this project is that we have renderware for Windows and we have renderware for PS2, but we do not have renderware for Xbox. So I can't go through and see what the Xbox version of renderware might have been doing. I can't line up the code I'm seeing with something that renderware for Xbox might have done. I can only guess based on the Windows and the PS2 versions. Whoever owns Bing Chilling should make it have an icon of John Cena's face. I'm sure they'll add more to it later. But is Xbox just Windows? Pfft, I wish. My concern with using this dynamic vertex buffer create is that it doesn't exist on OpenGL. So, like, so what am I supposed to do when my goal is this is supposed to be portable. So like, if I'm using D3D8 stuff, even if it's through renderware, then what the hell, how am I supposed to get this to be portable? Is there another renderware for Xbox game you can look at? There is. In fact, in my Ghidra repo, I have San Andreas for Xbox here. But like, if it's been LTCG'd, then it probably still doesn't help. I might be able to find... Oh yeah, I could look at Burnout 2, because Burnout 2, I know this for a fact, has not been LTCG'd, which would actually make it significantly easier to reverse engineer. But I also don't know, like... Yeah, there should be some D3D8 stuff. Hang on, create vertex. Oh, it doesn't even, it never actually creates a vertex buffer. Is that true? No, here we go. Locks one. You think they used renderware to render the renderware logo? I actually know they did, yes. Damn it, I don't know what I'm looking at though. This is the problem, is that without an actual copy of renderware, I don't even know if this is a renderware function without a lot more work. So that's why I would ideally have a copy of renderware so that I could cross-examine. Here's something I can do. It's a little silly, but if I do a grep for vertex buffer. Okay, so we're seeing all stuff in the D3D8 stuff. That's about what I expected. We can take a look at... Oh, this is actually Direct 3D8. I think, yeah. RW core, let's see what we can find here. Device, maybe? Ugh, I have to go through this whole upgrade process. Hang on. This is the most annoying part of using Ghidra in any context. Undo checkout. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps minimizing, but anyway. See if we can check it out exclusively. We probably can't. Oh, can? Okay, that's nice. Upgrade. Alright, see if vertex buffer is used anywhere. It isn't. So apparently this is not correct, actually. Don't keep it checked out because we'll need to do an unexclusive checkout later on. Anyway, I don't know why it keeps minimizing. Why does Ghidra minimize all the time? What does it get out of doing that? Memory, maybe? Exclusive. Oh, really? Someone's checked... Oh, I've checked this out, apparently. Need to hijack it, unfortunately. Minimize DLC. Ugh, maybe. Alright, anyway. Why don't you use Ghidra to find out? Well, thankfully, Ghidra is open source, so maybe I could find out. It's probably some Java swing meme, but whatever. Nope. Bro, I don't know. Check in. Don't keep it checked out. Alright, so yeah, here's my current problem, is I can create a vertex buffer. I can create something that will, It is advisable not to use any D3D8 functions on vertex buffer out, since this will interfere with the internal management of vertex buffers, resulting in undefined behavior. Okay, fair enough. Vertex buffer. I mean, yeah, what I'm struggling with right now is I can rewrite this code in Direct3D8, but like I'm trying, the whole point of this is to make it portable. So what's something I can use that's valid in both Direct3D8 and OpenGL? Vertex buffer. There doesn't seem like at this point in time there was anything called a vertex buffer in OpenGL. There is a vertex buffer object today, but this was back in like 2004, and I don't know what the equivalent function would be. Forced dark mode is cursed. This is not actually forced dark mode. This is their dark mode. If you log in with an account, you can toggle it. Anyway. Oh yeah, this is Burnout 2. Don't care about that. I'm not interested. Alright, I've got an idea, which is display list? Isn't a display list like a yeah, that's commands. That's kind of like a push buffer, actually. I think here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna say fuck it for now, and I'm gonna say that I'm just gonna say we don't have to do anything, because my goal right now, my short-term goal is when you run Burnout 3, hang on, normally. Here we go. When you run Burnout 3 normally, it starts with a loading screen. My super short-term goal is to just get that loading screen to appear in Windows renderware, and then we at least know we're fucking getting somewhere. Wiki has a dark mode now. I mean, yeah, I don't know how long they've had it, but yeah, if you log in with an account, if you have an account, there's like a button here that says light mode, dark mode. Oh, I also reverted to the old theme that had the contents here. So honestly, if you want to like the hot tip for Wikipedia is just to make an account, and then you can then change the theme, and then switch it to dark mode. Is Dark Reader operating? It shouldn't be. No, it isn't. Because if Dark Reader is operating on a dark theme, that would be kind of wild. Alright. Oh, do we have access to auto? That could actually be based. Oh, actually, we could probably hang on. Inject member. If you know what I mean. We can almost certainly do this with a template. Man, I haven't been writing enough C++ recently. I completely forgot templates existed. What are you injecting, Step Matt? Wouldn't you like to know? Alright, I think... Oh, hang on. Address, and then func. I think that'll work. Let's see. Throw that in there, and then this in here. Okay. And we certainly do not need a debris array for a loading screen, so that's why I'm gonna say, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna comment out everything and see what happens. Did I forget a semicolon? No? I don't think so. Oh, I forgot a semicolon there. Cool. Oh, that is so sick. Hang on, does that mean I can actually, do I even need, like, this weird cast? I do. Still, that is sick. That is so much easier. I love templates. Templates are based. At least I think so. I hope that works. We'll find out. I realize that's probably the move, honestly, is to just patch stuff out until it actually shows something. Okay, so now we're breaking on 322 AC, which is another push buffer function, one that I haven't seen yet. Just after CB3 effects manager construct. Let's see if we can identify this, and then I might head off. Is that actually my alt tab? I'd rather it be thumbnail grid. Apply. There we go. I like that a little bit more. Okay. What function is this? It's CB3 game construct, I think, or is it? Yeah, no, world. Okay. CB3 world. Construct. So right after effects manager. Ah, shit. Alright, well. On the Xbox version, it does all this shit, which is definitely a bunch of inline garbage. This has got to be environment manager construct. That just fits. But it's got to be inlined. Sky Dome. And then it does a bunch of sky hemisphere construction. Not all that interested in that. yet. I'm mostly just interested in seeing if I can track down... Construct sun renderer? No. Something that it does twice. Back to back. I wonder if I can find this function. Oh Jesus, all these HUD components. I don't see this at all. Is this could this be this? Oh look, got some more memolocks. Presumably, oh, this must be HUD manager, right? Of course, everything is inline to shit. Yeah, all it does is say 0, so... Well, that's not all it does, actually, but... All of these have been... Oh yeah, they've all been inlined like that. Fuck! This is a count of 2. Cool, okay, so we can name some of these. That's always good. I like at least being able to identify stuff. And then what's this one function at the bottom? This is... my guess is it's going to be this. Static construct? No. Static construct is empty, so it's actually got to be CB3 HUD component construct, I think. I'm looking for a loop of 3, but it might have been... Actually, is there a loop of 29 here? There is. It's unrolled a bunch of these loops, which is really unhelpful. But I think we can be reasonably confident this is it. Oh, that's interesting. So I know this by now, doing this a lot, that anytime you see 3E80, I think that, I know it's a floating point number. It's actually, it's 0.25, which for some reason it doesn't, it's showing as a number, but it's 0.25. Here it's 1.2. Don't know why. But I think that's correct. Oh, there's 0.25s down here, so maybe it's just some more inline garbage. I want to say this is probably this until anything proves otherwise. Yeah, that's gotta be it. And these are still floating points again, 0.75, this is 1. So if we go back up to this loop of 2, I see... Yeah, that's what I wanted. So there's a bunch of... Okay. Yeah, definitely. This is CB3 HUD manager construct. CGT timer construct. Is that just that's all of these zeros? Yeah, okay, so this is CGT timer construct. Done. Yeah, it's actually, it looks exactly the same, which is always lovely when that happens. Which means all of this, yeah, from here to here is CB3 environment manager construct, which means somewhere in here we must be able to find this function I'm looking at. Is it in SunRenderer all along? No, it can't be. Is it in... I don't know. It's actually impossible to know. What does this even do? Oh, we've got another push buffer function. You can see the pusher and the request space. This is going to be definitely going to be a start push. And the end push is down here. And with my new tool, we could actually... Oh, it's exactly the same. It's another vertex buffer bullshit, piece of shit, garbage. In fact, yeah, this is the vertex buffer lock again, so... Okay, well, fair enough. I don't know what this is, though. It's something, we know it's something in CB3 Environment Manager, but I don't see anything here that gets done twice. Like, these are just instructions, these are NIPS instructions, they're not function calls. Very confusing. Really weird. Yeah, I don't know. I really wish I knew what that was, but you know what? I'm gonna cheese this really quickly, and then after this will be when I get off. Oh, this should be the LTCG construct. It doesn't do anything, so I just kind of, that's basically nopping it. In fact, I'll even make a nop. You'll think of what it is when you're working out, maybe. Yeah, I'll actually make a real nop function. That's right, we're gonna cheat. I'm trying to cheat. All right, let's run it. It's gonna throw another error, but oh, interesting. Where it's 78292783. Oh, we don't even know what that is. Crazy. Attach now. Attached. Yeah, that should work. Huh. How do we get here? Oh well, like I said, I'm not gonna... Oh, what the hell? No! Oops, wrong one. Ah, obviously, right? Obviously. Cool, good to know. 2F7AA. Was I actually in a bad spot before? Was I just using the wrong one? 774 EB3281. 74 EB3281. Yeah. Alright, well, we're getting there. We're actually fucking getting there. Holy shit. Holy shit. If you haven't see what's happened. We have tunneled our way all the way to the draw boot loading screen. Brilliant, fantastic. It's been my dream to get here. Now we have penetrated all the way to the draw boot loading screen, which is, yeah, like I said, when you boot up Burnout 3 initially, it shows this loading screen, and my current short-term goal is just to get it to render this loading screen in Windows, like not in Xbox through CXBX to Windows, natively in Windows. Now this screen is rendered by this function, CB3 graphics manager base draw boot loading screen. And we've gotten all the way up to here, where it tries to clear the screen. It makes the whole screen black, essentially. And obviously that's going to fail. A direct X call is going to fail because we just excised all the Direct3D8 code. So the great news is, hell, I mean, if we can get this shit to work, that's pretty fucking sick. What's the renderware function we would be calling here to clear? Is that actually just that was weird. Why did they do that on the radio just now? Would it actually just be RW camera clear? It could be. Or... this is stencil clearing, or maybe it's a raster clear? WW raster clear? Yeah, that's probably it. Used to clear the entire area of the current render target of the given device-specific pixel value. The current render target is the raster. That's probably what they're using. Crazy. So cool, honestly. We've got some more. That won't be it. There'll be some more Direct3D8 stuff to handle later on. But honestly, holy shit, we might. There's a non-zero chance we might actually be able to get this rendering next time I do this next stream. There's just a lot. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a little ambitious actually. 5 hours and counting? It's only been 4 hours. No problemo. Yeah, I'm just getting an idea of like what, how much is going to be necessary, but hell, I mean, sick. All right, well, it's time for me to go. It's time to, yeah, to get, time to be a real life human being for a change. Don't save. Let's save and close all of these. I'm saving. I am saving my progress. I'm not saving the state of the tool. That's why I was clicking don't save. And let's check these in so that I can do this on my laptop as well. God, that's so sick. All right. Cool. I don't want to save those. Alright, let's see if there's anyone to raid. Oh wow, it did get dark in my room. I didn't even realize. Because I've got this big studio light pointing at me. I can't even tell what the, like, room light is like. When are we all going to do GeoGuessr again? Good question. Maybe next stream. Maybe we'll do GeoGuessr and we'll see if we can get this Burnout 3 loading screen to display. That'd be really cool if we could. Okay. It doesn't look like... I think I'll just end. Have a good rest of your evening or day or whatever time it is. I'm gonna go... I'm gonna work out. And then I'm gonna go to the supermarket and get some stuff for dinner. It's basically the rest of my day. Alright. Bye-bye. See you guys next time, which I'm gonna say is probably no later than Monday. We'll see if I get inspired to like keep working on this over the weekend, in which case maybe I'll stream on Saturday or Sunday. Anyway, bye-bye.